Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today we got 3 builds to try out for leveling because we got a druid, we got a necromancer, and we get a barbarian, which are personally going to be my top 3 starters, with the warlock being a bonus. And we're going to try to level as a claw, lightning storm, companion druid, I reckon, because it would be stupid to not add the companion as their free damage that's always available. The only question rather is if you would like to add rabies as well, because technically rabies can be used to poison only one opponent, right? So if I now apply rabies to one, then he should die. I wonder though if rabies is stronger than having the creeper on. So if I actually put more points into creeper, right? What does it increase? Increases the poison damage, right? So you can keep creeper as a aura. We can use germinate. Intriguing. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna use our level method. We have a video on this one for like super speed leveling, and our warlock took 1 hour and 28 minutes. I think that the druid can actually be vastly faster because, let's be fair, druid is quite illegal when it comes down to leveling, especially leveling with lightning. So we're gonna call it lightning shred, even though we're not gonna really be shredding much. I'm going to begin in the normal difficulty. Yeah, normal should probably be the way to go. If then the game actually properly loads you in, because for some reason the game wasn't actually properly loading you in quite a while ago, right? So, we'll begin with put the timer on. Today's going to be like a more casual speed run, right? We try-harded last time to just really test the method. But now that we know the method works, we can be a bit more relaxed about it and don't have to like break our back to get everything running. Let's do this. Then we're gonna activate Subo into Rahia with the whatever on our attack. I wonder how bad Storm will be after the nerf. The Spiritborn is gonna be fire. The only problem is you can't dodge anymore when there are no opponents. So if there's no opponents close by, if there's no one like available, then you cannot dodge into them. Right? So it's a bit weird because technically it's going to be as strong as it has always been, but you cannot freely dive with the Spiritborn. You now have to do it different, like into enemies. But I don't think it's actually going to impact it very much overall. Okay, we're gonna start with the PvP boss. Why the PvP boss here? Easy XP. The most freebie XP available. We're also not using our skill points because we wouldn't have them, right? We always keep at 13 skill points because 13 we got from the seasonal journey and such. Okay, now first skill is instantly Lightning Storm. Why do we use Claw? Because you can use Claw, extremely efficient, together with Lightning Storm to get more storms early. I mean, not right now. Right now, you just have like only a number X of storms, right? But down the line, we're going to use Claw. Very, very efficient. I mean, right now already, I love like the usefulness of Lightning Storm. Right? Look at that area. Okay, how can you not like that skill? Good. So that's level 4 already. It's going to add Blood Howl to the fray. Blood Howl's super good. Then we're going to head down. Pretty much quick lightning storming nerds here. Now we won't really, you kind of want to pull everything into you to hand this in. Make sure that we're lifed up. And we're going to kill these and then farm them. Even if they're out of bounds, right? You can now just kill these, and then you can walk to the side and you can actually laser them, right? So let's see this. I can kill them. Freest XP you will ever have gotten. Gotta look out that I'm not accidentally walking out though. That's level 5. It was really easy. We're gonna have Claw give us Ferocity. Why Ferocity now? Because that Ferocity that we're bonus getting from Claw, lasered, is going to work really well for bonus lightning strikes. Okay, now we're gonna teleport to the second PvP area. A Paladin is going to be Zeal Paladin. I will definitely play Zeal Paladin. It is looking very fantastic, to be fair. The buffs are legit. So thank you for reminding me. I wasn't actually planning to do a Paladin level build, so we're going to do a Paladin leveling today as well. Yeah, that's a good idea. Because Paladin leveling was so cool because you didn't actually have to look for mana or anything. You were just using your life force to cast, which was actually kind of weird, but also kind of amazing at the same time. So high recommendation. Paladin is just bonkers when it comes down to that. Should I go Sorc or Rogue for starter build? If I would have to choose between Sorc or Rogue, it would probably be Rogue, because Rogue has just an effortless scaling with Dens of Knives, and it seems like that Twisting Blades plus the other Rogue specs, what was it, Flurry, are all top tier and should be very nicely working out. Okay. What class you're starting in Season 14? I haven't decided yet. It is a tight race between Necro, Druid, and I might even consider playing Barbarian. Yeah, I hate that I'm actually considering that as a starter, because usually, you know, Barb is something for me to be done later, not early. But Barb is so obnoxiously strong this time around. Okay, and then not dodge chance here. Bloodhowl for more heal. And then we get our wolf. So right now we're going to start messing companions in, because it doesn't, you know, it makes no sense to not get companions. We're actually going to get all 3 companions, right? Down the line. Okay, so now we get this one. Did we accept the war plan already? Because I tend to just, yeah, okay, we have the war plan already. So normal difficulty, let's quickly get our points. 1 hour leveling is crazy. It is, but at the same time it ain't. Because like once you understand the mythology, it's super simple. So right now I started at 50 Cinder from like prior gaming this morning. So let's ignore that we have 50 Cinder. We have to farm 125, okay? The thing is that once you've understood how the new leveling now works, it actually becomes like second nature, and you're gonna just be zooming through. Oh, we could get the attack speed, but you know what? I'm rather gonna get the Ravens for now. Why are we doing this in normal over any harder difficulty? Because it's gonna take longer. No matter how quick you are, no matter how much damage you do, in any harder difficulty, you always take longer. And that's not an opinion, that's just a fact, right? Apart from Spiritborn is cheating. Right? Spiritborn is cheating. Oh, you know what I forget to activate, by the way? Because I'm a professional. My dude. I can help you. What can you help me with, sir? Testing out leveling builds? How would you help me testing out a level build? By leveling me? But that wouldn't make sense, sir. How would I then level a build? Speed time is funny. Well, I mean, it's a benchmark. Yeah, that was the word I was looking for. You know? Just for testing things and seeing how they work. Okay, we're almost at 125, but then we're not going to open it up in here. So very important, right? You're not planning to open this up in this difficulty. It'd be the biggest mistake you could actually do. we're planning to take this with us. Okay, now I got 125, as I said. We're gonna gather that. Back to Temis. You're playing the Tactician Glacial build in Soul Self and Hardcore. That's crazy. Pro shoot. I hope it works for you very well. Okay, let's go over to the Penitent difficulty. But Pony, what are you doing? Well, listen, it makes sense once you understand. I think Shred will be any good. Shred will be one of the main skills. So Shred together with Lightning Storm. And then you're going to have the Shred crits restore Spirit, while the Lightning Storm Lucky Hit also restore Spirit. And you got Spirit Restoration in general. And you're going to pretty much have all the time full Spirit while you get your Lightning hammering around you. And you get 2 damage sources because you're going to use 2 core skills. So yes, it's going to be great. Okay, let's look out that Penitent doesn't kill us here right now. Because this is the harsh part. So I got to run in. I got to get this now without dying. Then, ooh, I want the boots. Pretty. And then I got to rush out again. Because we're in Penitent, I might just die. Back to Temis. Why we're doing this? So you do this to lock in the bonus XP from finishing the Helltide. So now I get 43 activity XP instead of 25. It's a little thing to do, and it seems like, Pony, you're just wasting time there. But it pretty much cuts the amount of Helltides needed to finish this in half. Which is crazy. In half, chat. In half. Okay, we need to destroy Silken Spires. That's why I like lightning, because you just walk forward, right, and everything just dies. How can you not enjoy that? Remember our wolf for like bonus damage to have them get in. Okay, level 14. Level 14 gives me the second lightning. This will have my lightning storm now be longer up. So once I have it fully charged for maximum damage, an upgrade will have it like just be longer fully charged, so I can move like quicker through these areas. Need more movement speed. Barber Druid for start. I mean, we know that Barb will be one of the top tier contenders, and the Ancient Barbs is just amazing to play. Plus, it's super easy to put together. So if you want to have it like very simple, I think Barb is definitely going to be your friend. However, that was also kind of like last season music, right? So it's like if you already played that last season, you're pretty much doing exactly the same again, just in stronger, because you're actually getting the, what is it called again? Because you're actually getting the mythics, and that, like the uniques as mythics, and that'll just, yeah. I mean, it's just nothing too different. So if you have done it already, no big changes. If you haven't done it before, I would probably try the Ancient Barb, because the Ancient Barb is just, for me personally, one of the most fun barbs to play all around. Okay, there's somewhere another Silken Spire. We found it. It's not worth it to kill these things because we're not looking to get XP here. Okay, so all the XP that we can get here is useless, because the only XP that matters is the one that we get as soon as we have our Helltide leveled up. So I don't really like care much what we would be getting from these enemies. All just bonus. Okay, we also want to have the Poison Creeper, right, to see how much more damage we can deal. Level 11, easy peasy lemon squeezy. back in base. The only new build is Shred that is top. Even the rogue ones are not new. Well, they didn't do enough changes to really make new builds. However, it's going to be fun to really see how well builds now perform with the uniques that we're, or the new uniques that we're getting, especially with the general changes to uniques. So that's going to be interesting in itself. Okay, now we got again a single, but I need a double Hell Tide. Come on. Thank you very much. That wasn't that hard, right? That's already going to push us to the second level of the Hell Tide then. So we're hoping for that, right? We can temper mobility. So let's get the movement speed. Okay, we're already at 17. So we're 6 minutes faster, ladies and gentlemen. Or wouldn't we be 6 minutes faster? Actually, the enemy density here was shitty. I'm going to... No, you know what? I like the enemy density here. Shred is basically new. Yes, Shred is basically new compared to all the other setups. But then again, it's also just an old build resurfacing. But then again, like, what's really new? Okay, we got more points. So I'm going to get my Poison Creeper. Poison Creeper. We're going to have the Lightning finally as the bonus strikes. Then we're going to have the Shred be the Viper Strike with a little bit of poison. We're going to get the Shred with a bonus cast speed. We're going to have the Varine that actually heals us on the Wolf. First, bonus movement speed. Then the Varine that heals us. And we're going to get the... No, we have a point in Poison Creeper. We have a point in Poison Creeper. We're going to get ourselves the Raven Vulnerable. And then spend the other points. Right? Do you even need the poison from the wolf? No, but it's just nice to have. It's a bit tricky because we're using all the skills at the same time, right? That you like have point overload where to spend them. We need a bit of bonus damage, bonus like two-handed weapon, please. Never know if it's actually worth it to like send my wolf out.
What is this?
Oh, I forgot we're 15 also. So we get the spirit per second. And we get the companion reset, so we can use the poison creeper more often. We're going to go for bonus lucky hit chance. We're going to go for the storm. Plus, we're going to get the bonus attack speed, because more attack speed always more good, right? That's good. Now we need to gather 150 cinders, because we have 2 cinders, right? So 150 needs to be gathered. Oh, that companion reset was kind of quick. The interesting part will be once we get like to level 30, when you turn the lightning into an aura, because then you really don't have to worry that much anymore about anything. Don't open up chests. Yes, we have the points, but we don't open up chests, Chan. We don't want that. How's Necro? Necro is performing well with minions, probably. If you don't want to play Blood Wave. Because obviously Blood Wave, as much fun as Blood Wave was, after you've played Blood Wave now like for 20 gazillion times, you're kind of good with Blood Wave, you know? And you'll reach that critical Blood Wave mass where you just never want to play the build ever again. At least that's how I'm feeling. Right, I've played it enough. PoE2? No, sir. Not PoE2. PoE2 is on hold now until we get the Challenge League, probably. It should be happening at the end of July, I assume. Start of August. Jump, 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 jump. Okay, we have 150 already, but I need to farm to 200. Again, we started with that 50, right? This is why White Druid is like so cool. I mean, we could go too hard, but right, what happens if we go too hard? It just takes longer to kill things, right? It's minimally longer, but that longer is just what will slow you down inevitably. Game is called Diablo 4, my friend. Okay, we got what we came here for. Back to Temis. Now we have to swap to Penitent again, right? You played to 300 actually, Undead. Well, I'm impressed by that. I mean, I still haven't played to 300. Okay, we got the different Wolfies. We wanted Wolfies break out of car control and get bonus, right? That's good. Then we're gonna get bonus Wolfies. Okay, first we're gonna go for Penitent. Then I actually like to go for this Helltide, so the upper one, because it's really spread out and you can get chest easy. Oh, the worms are amazing. I'm going to be interesting to see how the, like, Paragon leveling this season will be. Okay, up there, no one. This is why I also run around with Subo. Because Subo shows me where enemies are, right? So I know now that there's no one here. That means I can just claim this without being in danger of dying. Because this is Penitent, and in Penitent, everything just hits so much harder. Luckily, we get some poison to aid us here. Come on, come on, come on. And out we go. We open up bows. This is all we wanted. Now we're leaving again. Dankeschön. This is going to pummel us up to like 22 almost. Yeah. Parent, thank you for your subscription and support. Taryn, thank you for the 10 beautiful months. Welcome back, partner. Okay, so now my Helltide is already leveled up, right? So we got the first Helltide improvement, which is actually huge. Not going to lie. We get 1, 2, 3. That's not what we're looking for. Yep. Even if they don't have bonuses, I don't care, right? It's just about like getting these Helltides in a row. Okay, that gave us 2 more levels, which means we can go for our Wolf variant here. Wolf upgrades are increased by 100%. And then we're also going to have wolves, give me two more wolves. Because that's like the most wolves we can have for now. And then we're going to have to choose the other variants. Back to normal. At this point, we could probably risk hard. Well, it means risk hard. We're strong enough to do hard. Makes sense that we would actually go for it. So Solo Worms Helltide was doing 800 to 1.2 million an hour. Nice. And I'm just going to like use the hell worms for their intended purpose, aka get me to 70, and then obviously get me the beginning Paragon points. I'm not going to like dedicate my life to farming these worms, right? So it's said about hard, right? Like we're now at a point where hard is not slowing us down. But before level 15, hard is definitely slowing you down because you just don't have the spirit as a druid to manage that. But now that I have the spirit, easier, and I have the heal too from Bloodhowl, right? I can handle this. Otherwise, you just die here. And dying is obviously not an option because every time you die, you lose your cinders. Sorry, mate. Oh, she went invisible for a second. Woo! Oh man, we're making good tempo, chat. We're gonna be so much faster than the Warlock. I mean, I told you Warlock is a slow leveling, right? And like, I think this just proves it. You look at it. Much faster. Ah, look at that. Get you all stuck, huh? Up, 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 up. Okay, wait. We got the Poison Creeper variant as the bonus active effect. So that Mephisto was averaged like 500. Yeah, if they actually would remove the cinematics from Mephisto, he could become like a viable farming method, right? Because you would not have to waste your time looking at that. Actually be interesting to see Mephisto become that. But we had 2 Hell Tides in a row, right? I again need to... Need to get the bonus Ravens as well for the more damage. God, I need more levels. Druid is hurtful having so many skills with so many variants. This is crazy. I thought they made it so every boss could be killed without phasing. Well, yeah, but Mephisto just has different stages. It's not even different phases, right? And he just has things, and he's also a pinnacle boss experience, and I think Mephisto's actually perfectly done the way he is, personally. Apart from obviously the cinematics that were like the main deterrent of like doing more Mephistos than. Okay, I like the companion version of this because I tried this without companions and with an ultimate instead. So when you're actually playing Cataclysm, for example, the problem with Cataclysm is when you play that you don't always have it up. Right, where with the companions, due to the lucky hit, you can more or less make sure that you always have this going on. Okay, almost at 200. Dude, he just died so quick. Holy. Version's so much improved to what we've done before. Okay, so we have the Poison Creeper. We don't have any here. Well, gain additional Poison Creeper. Yeah. It's 2 creepers now. The Hellborn is still chasing me. Because he's a weirdo. Why we're not messing with the Hellborn? Time waste. Ginormous time waste. Right? Trying to kill that guy. What for? Like, it's not going to do anything for me, right? Are we at 200? We can go out now. Come on, let me leave. Oh, pull on. +3. Shred will be the best Druid build. Oh, Shred is going to be good. Companions are going to be great. Boulder is going to be good. Because Boulder get a buff to the Dolmen Stone. Before, the Dolmen Stone had fixed damage. And now the Dolmen Stone will give you guaranteed 100x% bonus damage on your Boulder. Ergo, I wouldn't overlook that. What do you think is easier to pick up? Play D4 or PoE2? D4 is 100% easier to pick up. Both games are fantastic to learn. I mean, if you think about picking up one because you have limited game time, D4 is usually better on a limited game time. While with PoE, it feels better if you have more game time. That being said, if you have a lot of game time in general, you want to pick up both games. Because to be fair, none of these games has enough gameplay to stand singular, right? That's why I also play multiple of them. But yeah, that's my advice. Surprised how quick we're able to kill things in Penitent. So we're just here in Penitent again to open 2 chests. Second chest is here. So that's how I personally look at it. Now each to their own, obviously. Now Poison Creeper is quite illegal for skipping over hard content. You can kill things like really easy with that. Okay, now we need to go back. Just to show you here quickly, chat, that you understand why we're doing this. I'm gonna pause the timer quickly. We're gonna head over to. So, what we're doing here currently is we're finishing this in Penitent, so that now, like, see, this is 43 activity XP and 43 activity XP. It's quite locked in, and since we have to get 250, this is super important to get it to 43. However, the normal war plan, we don't have to do at that level of activity, right? So we can actually just now normally do the Nightmare Dungeon in hard difficulty and not waste our things. The method, by the way, for the leveling, we have a video uploaded on that as well, like in explanation form. So you don't miss anything. Okay, we got Poison Creeper bonus, Poison Creeper grants, Fortify, reduces Poison Creeper cooldown. Poison Creeper cooldown reduction will be super nifty once we just operate with the Lightning Aura, right? Because once we activate with the Lightning Aura and spam Shred, it's going to be like pretty much Shred Creeper spam. Maximum zooming. Hehe. One. What I like about this is that they added so many prisoners that you cannot miss a prisoner, right? I mean, imagine it used to be that you could actually miss a prisoner. And then you had to backtrack. How annoying is that? This might be one of my first starters, chat, because it's going to be definitely in the strength level of the Barbarian as well. Similar. But it's going to be also effortlessly strong. So that's the advantage of the Druid. So it's going to be strong with like minimal investment. And that's where I might consider it. Especially the sets are just great for Druid. We're already 6 minutes faster. Let's see how much faster we can get to 30. Get that. Come on, open the gates. See, now 1 Poison Creeper. Haha. Get my Ferocity stacks up. Have my wolves attack him. I actually should like how much damage that is when you have your wolves. Like, go for the hotness here. So annoying. Oh, they're doing a chunk of damage. Holy. I don't know where wolves would do so much damage, right? Okay, we got the thingy done. Okay, so we got the war plan done. But at the same time, we also have the Whisper done. So this is going to give me the massive war plan XP now, right? And that brings us up to 27, plus that Whisper for 28, plus that Whisper cash for almost 29. Good little XP. Zootin. And a ring with whatever. As long as it's not a detrimental one, I don't really care what it is, right? Okay, now we need to, again, try to get hell tides. That's 1 hell tide, 2 hell tides. Wow, I'm being lucky. That's pretty good. So, 2 hell tides. We're still in hard, right? Let's check our XP is currently... Yep, almost there. Okay, after this hell tide, we should be there. We're not going to go for the one that gives us whispers. We're going to be a bit greedy here and go for the right one. Can you still endlessly reset Nightmare Dungeons after war plans Inferno Hordes? Reset Nightmare Dungeons. What? Gain 2 ravens. Gain 2 ravens. Then we finally get the cast speed. After we have all of this, I can invest now into my lightning storm. It's been a while. Yep, good. Did season 14 start already? No, sir. But we're playing as if it did by limiting ourselves to how it would be on a fresh start. I'm also just testing builds that are going to be working one-to-one like they do in season 14. So this is going to be potentially my league start. And I just wanted to see how well it will work with my level method. And you got to consider that in season 14, in case you didn't know this, but season 14 actually increased the XP you get from war plans, chat. Yes, you heard right. War plan XP got increased. Dude, the wolves are just doing so much damage. I gotta say, I never gave wolves the credit they deserve, chat. Definitely never did. That's on main. You're almost 30. It can take like 20 hours to finish the map. Takes a long time. Just play for fun a few hours a day. But Rogue will be new meta. Twisting Blade and Flurry are getting heavy base damage buffs, which should lead to a way better top-end damage outcome. So if those are sounding like, if these are 2 skills you find interesting, then you're in for a good time. I mean, Death Trap should still be Death Trapping. I haven't seen anything on the contrary. But yeah, something in the direction of Twisting Blades and Flurry. I mean, Rogue seemed to have been also the only one that was able to finish Pit 150 on the PTR. However, that still seemed to contain bugs that are now fixed. So, not sure, like, take that with a grain of salt, right? We're level 14. We're getting all our companions, all their little thingies done though. So we can now officially level the Lightning Storm. Because obviously Lightning Storm again is our main damage driver currently. Oh, I've not gotten this many uniques in a single playthrough yet. Something like that. I think I'll play Rogue the new season. Damn. Okay, back to Penitent. I'm trying to like not open chests in these here. Why? Because I'll be honest with you, there's way too high of an enemy density, and it hurts to open chests there. As for Mephisto, I think it made it to the PDR, but we're making cutscenes skippable from the Blizzard forums. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you. I have to admit, I didn't actually play that much of the PDR. I only throw a cursory glance at it. I pretty much had my fellow creators play the PDR for me, as we're doing a lot of Path of Exile. Which means all the cool new seasonal stuff is going to be exciting. I wish I could fight these, but this is Penitent, and I really don't want to fight these. Please don't demount me. Like the risky part of this equation, like if I die now here, right? We'd lose the cinders. I'd have to go back in difficulty. Oh, they need to die. These maggots. Even if it would take me like 3 hours to kill these, I need to kill these. Because, like, look at the XP now. Okay, that's 30. So 8 minutes faster on that one. This is actually something we're working towards, that we always get maggots, right? And this is just like a lucky maggot spawn that we've gotten. I mean, it doesn't hurt to get lucky once in a while. But you notice how harsh that is in Penitent, right? Not something I recommend. Lucky once in a while. Come on now, Yom. For your first char, might be Druid, might be Paladin. Like, honestly, I have a hard time deciding. That's why we're creating these starters now. We're going to have the starter video tomorrow. And then pretty much tomorrow, I'll have to decide on my end to build, right? Because the question is not necessarily what do you want to also start with. It's kind of like, what do you want to build into? Where does this lead us, right? Oh, that reminds me, by the way, we need to pull a point out and we can finally put this here over into the other shred. So we're not actually going to do this Undercity now, right? Because it's a waste to spend your time doing this Undercity. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to run through. Yeah, you heard right. We're just going through. I mean, we're always playing everything, just in case you didn't know that. On this channel, we play every single class, every single thing, and we make all of them viable. And we're already started putting planners out, so we got the Druid planner up already, with a few fine tunes though. We got the Warlock planner up, but I'm not sure what we'll do endgame there. We're gonna have to do Barb today, and we're gonna have to do Paladin because I need to like test out some things, right? Okay, this one is going to be like the fastest to unlock of the hill type thingy. This is why I need my lightning to be an aura, so I can just like use my other skills essentially, right? And have my lightning happening around me. So this is why we now needed to get level 30, because now that I'm level 30, let me show you what happens. Oh, now at level 30, I can put the lightning over here. I can put the shred over there. I can put the howl at the bottom. And I might try out the toxic vegetation at 36, right? Okay, now let's get that one done. That puts me to 35. How many Helltides do I need? Say, like, I only need one more Helltide and we're done. One Helltide, Pit and Pit. That's actually good. That's going to be such an XP booster. That's nice. Okay. How many cinders did I have left? Did I have enough cinders left to open up another chest? I'm not entirely sure. We're in hard. Let's quickly head over here. My game makes you fall asleep. Sounds like a you problem, sir. So the difference now in gameplay is actually amazing because you're gonna activate your lightning storm, right? And this is now automatically gonna happen. So I don't have to do anything anymore. I'm just going to bounce between opponents. I'm just going to spam my companion skills, right? All while my lightning just happens. And we actually had enough, so I could have just gone for that. And the higher the enemy density, obviously, the better this will be. Now we also got to go for the more spirit per hit. So this is really important. because I don't actually have enough. Like, if I don't go for the, like, more spirit here per hit, I was going for the ferocity stacks before. If I don't go for the more spirit per hit now, then that's actually not going to work. Go over to Penitent. I could probably stay in Penitent, but I'm going to go back to hard. Do it properly. Need a chest to open. A chest is on Narnia. What is actually new in this game? We're getting a whole new pinnacle boss. We got a new activity during Hell Tiding. Right? That we can't participate in yet because it's not activated yet, but there's quite some new exciting things happening. I miss my... Okay, we got this. Let's destroy the portal. Why are we doing this right now, despite I told you that we don't want to do anything in Penitent? Well, I mean, this thingy here gives you a lot of bonus XP. So it's actually worth it to destroy the portal, as there usually are XP blips coming out. Raziel, I'm not absolutely aware of any kind of issue you're talking about, so I'm sorry if I have to be ignorant. But what you call an issue seems to be a you problem. Is PDR? No, PDR is over. This is playing as if. Season 14, my friend. This is my potential starter that we're planning to go for. So by the way, for then the endgame version, you would pretty much replace the claw for shred. We can't do that right now because we obviously don't crit enough to in any way make use of that. Yeah. Single target is better. I've had some trouble with single target damage when I tried out the first version of this level build. It wasn't just like enough. I'm still thinking if I should go for rabies and just like eat things up instantly, but I think I'm fine without it. You can do like a 3-minute pit, then you're good to go. Where's the lightning coming from? This is from Lightning Storm. So you activate Lightning Storm, but since we took a variant that uses the Lightning Storm as an aura, we pretty much don't have to care about it anymore. It just happens and we're just good to go. It is one of my favorite things about the Druid right now, because who doesn't like to have an automatic Lightning Storm happening? And you can pretty much use this on any build. So if you now decide to go for a boulder build, you can just add the Lightning Storm to it. If you just decide to go for a companion build, you could just add the Lightning Storm to it if you really wanted to. I mean, not necessarily useful to do that, but it's not like you couldn't, because you can. It just continuously happens as long as you have resource. And that's the only kicker here. You just gotta make sure that you have resource, and then you're good to go. The Lethal Shrine I wanted. Doesn't want to have a Lethal Shrine. Maybe like the tricky part with Druid this season to really get your crit high enough, because you want to have it be preferable 100%, right? It hurts your eyes? Ah, sir. This is mild. I mean, it really hurt your eyes. Okay, after we're done with this one, we should have our hell tide leveled. Oh, no, actually, we need to do one more, right? Yeah, so we need to do 2 pits in a row to get my hell tide leveled. There's the boss. Let's see how the damage feels. Okay, 1 companion, 2 companion, 1 companion, 2 companion. Because that's the thing, right? Like, due to the cooldowns that we're getting, we can actually spam the companions. So that was nice. Yeah, it was good damage. I like it. Better axe, I think, as well. Here, 200. We're going to play first, Ace Hard. We are currently tending between Druid, Paladin, Barbarian, and Necro. Yeah, like, I have a hard time deciding once in a while. I heard you can craft mythics in the cube. Yes, you can craft mythics in the cube. The way it works is that you take a unique, a helmet, for example, and then you can upgrade it to mythic. You can also find every single unique as a mythic. Okay, so every single unique has a chance to come as a mythic. And then these uniques will be 30% more efficient. And if you've played enough Diablo, 30% on some is not too exciting. But 30% on others is absolutely bonkers. I mean, there's a Warlock helmet that gives you 340% bonus damage, right? And if that Warlock helmet you can then find as a mythic, and you actually manage to, then we're looking at 460% bonus damage instead. So, you know, quite useful to then get that upgraded. And there are a few candidates that look really interesting. Hands of the Worldbreaker, 400% damage, being upgraded to 520%. You know. Also, we can now have your uniques with fixed stats, right? So uniques are starting with always 2 stats that are fixed. Which is interesting in my eyes. And craft a mythic is 1 per character. Yes, if you craft a mythic, it's 1 per character. That means you can get your primary slot unique definitely in mythic. But you can find as many mythics as you want. So if you now find every single unique you need as a mythic, then it doesn't matter. You can equip them all, right? Only that 1 crafted is alone possible. So if I now need a certain ring, a certain sword, a certain amulet to work, then I'll make sure that I craft that specific amulet in mythic, right? And then afterwards, get the rest. Warlock and Paladin are going to be playable in this season. I've seen some TLS of other streamers, but they put them into the shit tier. Well, I mean, you got to consider the agenda of said streamers and what they're planning to promote. I mean, a lot of these streamers are probably saying Barbarian is the best, and then they're planning to play Barbarian. So it's in their own interest to actually rate these classes lower. However, when they're talking about shit tier, as always, most creators are just merely looking at pit pushing. Okay? So you should not forget that, like, Diablo streamers are a bit single-minded. Sorry, no offense here. But, like, 99% is like, how deep can this put in the pit? How deep can this push in the pit? How many tower levels can this do? Who cares? Can this do Torment 12? Can this kill Mephisto? Like, how hard is it? Oh god, he's standing in that pool of blood. Yeah, I see it now. You know what's killing me? Pool of blood he's standing in. So the reality is that, like, the interesting stuff is not how deep can you go in the pit, right? You want to have something that is nice and fun to build. It is strong to play. Okay, I can't fight this guy until he comes out of this. Because I can, as it seems, not walk into this pool of blood. Because if I walk into the pool of blood, then I die. And my companions are just fighting this dude. So yeah. And since, like, Warlock and... what was it? Warlock and second class. They should still be strong. Decently strong. I mean, they tried to trash Apocalypse Warlock, right? Apocalypse Warlock will still be one of the best Warlocks out there. A build for Sorg? I mean, as it seems, you can still play the Crackling Energy Sorg. But I haven't looked too deep into Sorg, what I would now recommend, if I'm honest with you. So I wouldn't want to say something wrong in your face now. And you're going to be like, Pony, you betrayed me. And I'm like, yes, I did. Wahaha. So we made it to level 40. And level 40 just gave us Helltide 2nd level. And now the real fun begins. Because we're going to stay in hard. 1, 2. And then we're going to start leveling up our wolves. 3, 4. And we're going to now go into the Helltide. And I'm going to be looking for Hellworms only. But where are we going to look for Hellworms? None of these Helltides has a good rotation for Hellworms. That's not true. I could do the lower... Yeah, I think I have one here. So, you need to know about Hellworms that they are spawning in fixed locations, okay? This is something that most people don't know. Still don't know. But the enemies, these worms that are coming out of the ground, they're not randomly spawning. I mean, they have a random if they spawn or not, right? So it's a 50-50 chance. However, they're always spawning in specific locations. And these specific locations you can look up on a website. So now what we're going to do is we're going to push our threat meter up, top corner. And once we get set threat meter up, we're good to go. So we're also not going to waste time here with this dude. We're just simply going to zoom through. I'm already gonna like go past the Helltide spawn, the Hellworm spawn locations, because despite not having the threat to have them spawn more or less guaranteed, there's still a chance they might or might not come. So I gotta have one around the, like one should be here if it was coming. The other one is here if it was coming. And we have one to the left of the queen. To realistically get the worms, you need to be 2/3 of the way to getting invaded. Right, 2/3 of the way. This is the second position. Then the third one is above here. If one was coming. After that, the next one is... I'm just writing it down so I understand the route. The next one is here. Then we got one that should be coming around here. Okay, and the next one is up. If I really then wanted to do the full ride. Gotta like consider how much is it worth it to really go all the distance. So then there should be one coming here as well. If you're lucky. Could go further past this. You're almost 2/3 of the way, chat. Oh wait, did I just miss? Yeah, see that here first worms, chat. Look at the XP, up, and here we go. Almost 45 just from one single dude. And that's all 45. 11 minutes faster. Next one could be here around. Or at the bottom of the event as well. And we're still not 2/3 of the way, so we need to push the last bit of On the last bit of threat. Give me the last bit. Now, so now we are officially primed for invasions. Okay. So now you're gonna stroll through. Gonna ride past the first spawn point. Not get invaded. Then we got one who's actually in the triangle here. There we go. Again, more or less guaranteed, but not guaranteed. And that's 74. It's like not even worth it to kill these guys because they're not giving us the bonus XP. We go past. Right side. Check if this one is going to spawn. Not going to spawn. Oh no, Helltide is over. No! No, the pain. We were so good. Okay, quick. Use your time smart. That was a big robbery that we now have to wait for the Helltide, chat. Well, let's do the smart thing. Let me put my points because we just got so many more points, right? That made us stronger. And we need to get ourselves a new weapon as well soon. We're currently missing the new season mechanic, Mile. What's the highest DPS class you got? My Barbarian was the strong... No, my Sork was the strongest last season, but... That Sork doesn't exist anymore because it got nerfed. Rightfully, though. Okay. It's not like that nerf wasn't deserved. That nerf was fully well deserved. And I wasn't even close. Any players are not using the overlay minimap? I hate it. I really don't like the overlay minimap. I never liked it in no Diablo ever. I don't like it in... I don't. That's just... I mean, each to their own, right? Like, enjoy what you enjoy, but for me, it's always been a terrible experience. Play around with that. Are we killing her? I mean, it's just the easiest XP you can get. Almost next level here. Do characters reset every season? Yes, as in every single ARPG. Characters reset in between of the seasons. Otherwise, making new seasons wouldn't make sense, right? I want to know if you get more XP for Helltide's war plan if you select Penitent and then switch on hard to do Helltide. No. You select the Helltide. Okay? Then you gather the cinders in normal or in hard. The chest itself, to finish your Helltide war plan, you will have to open in Penitent. If you want the long explanation, we get the video uploaded for that. So just FY. The video's out, my friend. Okay, let's take stock of what we have done. We get our Lightning Storm. Lightning Storm is nicely leveled up. Actually, we're going to pull a point out. We got the bonus and the bonus. Actually, the ferocity stacking isn't working anymore. So once we swap over to the bonus spirit and the storm, we're going to go for the damage and not for the ferocity stacking anymore. We get the howl together with the more dangerous howl. The companions, the vulnerable, the ravens, the more ravens, right? The aura, even though I'm not sure like if I like the poison creeper aura, I mean it's like bonus poison damage, so it is what it is, I guess. Sure, we could have better stuff. No, no, no. We're not talking about the chests, pure machine. The chests don't matter. It's about the XP you get for finishing the activity in the war plan. That one changes from difficulty to difficulty. So the harder difficulty you finish an activity in, the more XP you get. Wow, not a single hell tide was gotten. That's terrible. I mean, not that we're planning to do anything here right now, because we are just waiting another 30 seconds and we already have the next hell tide. So it's like just sitting around for 30 seconds quickly. I got myself a knockdown. I mean, I did actually get like a ring that gave us channel, right? So technically you could head over to her. Actually, we have that here. Channeling skills, right? Increased damage while barrier, vampiric curse, easy vulnerable. So Helltide is in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I was counting too fast. The method is still working, Delavo. It was actually tested on the Season 14 PTR. Unless they sneakily, spontaneously change something that shouldn't be happening. However, if something would change, actually the same method still applies. You would just be having to farm the Helltide in hard or expert. Okay, so that is 50. Oh, I got a good rotation, by the way. We're not gonna ride here. We're gonna go over to the upper Helltide, because the upper Helltide has a better rotation. It's around there. Let me show you. We did that yesterday, and we had such a good way around. So our thread obviously stays between Helltides, in case you didn't know this, right? So that's a really good thing. Yeah, let's start here. Could be a Hellworm already. Could be another Hellworm. Didn't get lucky. 2 times robbed. Okay, we're gonna begin below, like this is my starting point, right? That's where always the first worm has been regularly spawning. Robbed. Second worm is here. Double robbed. Third worm is here. Quadruple robbed. There it is. Thank you very much. $52. I wonder if like rabies partially would be faster for these dudes. Right? I think we need to get ourselves a new weapon. It's right backwards. Yep. Because sometimes, you know, the internal cooldown of those spawns. I've just been waiting for this moment. $55. Okay. None. This one has never spawned, so there's allegedly a worm there, but it has really never spawned. There it goes. Highly recommend doing this, by the way, with crossplay off. Because ultimately, crossplay could only ruin this. By having just like people done this just like a second before you. Oh, almost dead. Not good. $25. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Nothing. It's right past the lower one again. I don't want to believe that this one doesn't exist, right? So far we haven't gotten this one to spawn, and it kind of like spawns here in the middle somewhere. But I haven't found a reliable location for that dude. So these worms now have an internal cooldown. And they, again, might or might not be there. Let's go over the left and try, like, the spawn locations. So double is at the start here. Running past this. No worm, no worm. And we're gonna go up. There's double and then triple. Will you play solo self-found? Probably. Because in solo self-found, I could finally, like, actually care for leaderboards for a bit. Because it could be interesting to look into the leaderboard. Wow, not a single worm. There's one in the corner. No? We have a map for the worm locations. helltides.com. Shows you the worm locations. Now we're being very unlucky here. There we go. Wow. One maggot? One? Like, not dos? Not tres? Kind of sad. As well, might as well have got nothing. Number one mistake I could do now is starting to opening up chests, right? If I feel like, oh man, like I'd rather like to get some XP now by opening up chests. No, because chests push forward your threat, right? So you don't ever want to do that. I mean, oh, you know what? Let me start here around this one and try the right around there. So yeah, like if you actually raise your threat, that's a mistake. See, it's funny. We were like faster all the time, but it really just comes down to how good are you spawning worms on yourself. Okay, here should be worm number 1. Then up here is worm number 2. Down there's worm number 3. Ah, see, like this is what we're talking about. This is more to my liking. I'd say my warlock was like less vulnerable than the wolf. less vulnerable than the wolf. None. And we need it. No, I can't ride through that. That would be a mistake. And we look here. So there's one. And one is up here. And 2 more are on the flip side. One is here. And one would be here. None. Then I guess we ride back. As this. Check if that worm is there. Also not there. There's a big robbery going on right now. There was 1 worm in the whole area. You thought they were random spawns? No, they're not. See, like, this is what we all thought, that they were random spawns until it got figured out. And I don't know who originally figured it out, to be honest. But like, until it was figured out that the locations are absolutely fixed. And once you know that, you can make the whole farm so much more convenient. Oh my goodness. Oh, I didn't plan to die there. So you can make the whole farm so much more convenient. And that's just like right away amazing. Where did I die? There they are. Because who doesn't want to have like a guarantee of plague maggots? Oh, I didn't go for a new weapon. Like I'm just wondering, like, where's my DPS? The reason we don't have any damage is because I'm still using the weapon from level like 40 or something, right? So we quickly gotta go update that in Temis. I mean, it makes sense. Is the warm strat dangerous for hardcore? I mean, like, this is obviously a very accelerated strat. So if you actually take your time, you don't even have to do this on hard, right? And make sure that you have upgrades. See, like, this is the difference right now. I have a 400 item power item, and this is a 700 item power item. Let's now go back and see how much more damage we're dealing. Right? Because I was wondering where's the DPS, chat? Where's the DPS? Between here was the first worm. Didn't come. Oh, now I died. Yeah. See, now just in comparison, DPS wise, I died. So this is the biggest downside when you die, because now I gotta somehow like fast track my threat up again, right? Because I don't have threat anymore. I need threat. Wow. Didn't expect to die that quick to lightning. The bane of every class that has to attack. What the fuck? How much damage is that thing dealing to me? What? Oh, it's the blob there. Now, I mean, I at least know what is the damage, because it's that blob, and that blob is dangerous. But still, nasty. So is this hardcore friendly? I hope that answers your question, sir. I mean, as always, when you're hard pushing and skipping levels, you might be liable to death simply due to the reason that you're missing the equipment. Because right now you got to consider, I have like all my item pieces are like, this is 400 item power, but I'm literally at 700 item power, right? So due to having like skipped all these levels, I am obviously not have kept up with any of my equipment. Which means that anything that does reasonable damage has a chance to kill me early. Now, how could you mitigate that? By also going back to town and making sure that you always pick up like every single piece, right? See, this is 784 versus a 300 item power amulet I was using beforehand. Also, using your cinders to open chests regularly. I mean, you might have noticed like we did like 30 levels and then we started opening now the first chest. So that's obviously a big difference. Right, that we finally start opening these because they finally start giving us then items. So like maybe, you know, after you did like 20 levels, you would like to, instead of leveling even faster, quickly check back to pop open a chest. Maybe, you know, that would be the smart thing to do. Will there be a Paragon 300 mount or something? I mean, there's usually always something for 300 Paragon. There's also more rewards coming to the tower now, so doing the tower might finally be something you want to do. This is also why, again, it could be worth it to consider solo self-found, because in solo self-found you can't get items via trading, which means that like the leaderboard is going to be more interesting and not filled with Asian players that all have nigh perfect equipment. Which might make leaderboards actually somewhat decently interesting. Let's see. Hands. Actually, I had hands already. So we finally have some life going on, chat. We're not an instant victim anymore. Come on, threat. I need you higher. Prevent ground's movement speed. No, we're definitely killing faster than my warlock when we are actually alive in Zooten. What level are you? We're 61 and we started 1 hour and 19 minutes ago. We wanted to test how good the level method is working on our druid build. As you can see, it works like an absolute charm right now. One deathy is slowing us down. You're not allowed to like die at this stage of the game simply because every death takes away all your threats. If we're not fully threaded up. And we cannot get the most out of our theme. Okay, almost 2/3 again. But I'll admit that there have been no worms here, Chan. I mean, there have been like 2 worms spawning in 2 locations, and that was about it. Okay, that was the invasion signal, ladies and gentlemen. So let's go back up again to my usual rotation. I'm really not interested in a leaderboard myself. However, in solo self-found, I actually like the idea of a leaderboard because it's finally like, if you find something amazing, right? If there's a chance that you find something amazing, then you might be one of the few ones that has said amazing thing this season on the server, right? Because it's solo self-found, no duplication glitch trading whatsoever. That does makes a big difference. Now we did another like 5 levels, right? So instantly new equipment required again. Especially to keep up with the DPS requirements. Doing more defensive build. I mean, sir, this is campaign. Why would I play a more defensive build? But leveling, sorry. This is leveling. Why would I try a more defensive build? During leveling, it's only offensive and then a bit more offensive. And then on top of the offensive that you're running, you want to have like maximum offensive. I think this is the dude who's farming away my worms. Chan, it's him. I swear. It is him. He's the one. Okay, I don't believe that this worm spawn is correct. Some brainware will find a way to cheat in Soul Savant. I mean, people always find their ways to do things. Sir. I mean, the most obscure duplications are done with yourself, usually. Still, though, there's like, solo self-out might actually be, like, I'm really just intrigued to see how different the leaderboard is going to look due to the fact that people can't trade, right? Instead of everyone just having, like, exactly the perfect items. Maybe we see some less stellar results, which would really speak for itself, right? I mean, the tone that the idea that people have been RMTing like so much to actually get to the top of the leaderboards has been like in there for a while now. So it would just be intriguing to see, you know, have the confirmation on this. Okay, stupid hellworms, you don't want to come? Okay. Well, I'll be damned, Chad. But I'm being stiffed here. Oh. So like this is now the most random spawn because obviously there's no fixed spawn spot here. But they can spawn random. Right? So it's not like that these worms can't spawn somewhere in the world. It's just that they do have fixed spawns where they will spawn. They can also randomly spawn. Yeah, we're probably going to do Soul Self-Found. I feel like also Soul Self-Found gives creators, creator builds, some more credibility, you know? Because it's not like, okay, so I made this build work because I just had items being shoved into my butthole by my community. I often feel like Soul Self-Found gives that, you know, another level. I mean, not everyone cares about that, so that's fine. Like, some people just want to see good builds. They don't care where the items for said builds come from. We're gonna start in Soul Self-Found. Might be this druid. I mean, it's like from a leveling, it's working super nice. It's very strong, and the Torment version is even more powerful. I'm still not sure about the Poison Creeper aura I choose here because I feel like that one could be better. We're gonna get invaded in a second. Thank you. Even though this corner of the map is not really worth it, because last time I went here, it spawned one maggot. You heard right, Chad. It spawned one maggot on me. It was the biggest robbery ever. Either here or again around and on the top. Nope. Then let's ride back. You want to open the challenge chest? I don't have a silent key. So no, I don't want to open a silent chest. Oh. What? Who? Ow. Where? I mean, like, seriously. Oh, he... Like the maggots of... the pangs of Duriel. A lot of damage. If you don't pay attention. Much danger is very wow. Druid Squishy Pants Maggie. Okay, we only need one more maggot. Now, I could just level normal over just killing things, right? So last level from just killing things. But that's not the point. Oh, that's actually true. I need to level now from killing things. Oh, no. Oh, no. Why do we now need to level from killing things? Like an animal? Because we die. See, in the end, we were actually slower with the druid. Because the warlock picked up some speed towards the end, damage-wise. Because you were getting, like, cool variants for your ultimates and that kind of stuff. And that really picked up the speed there. If you stop me, like, one more time from opening that chest, we're throwing hands. Silent chest opens for mobolts. No. The silent chest key unless that was altered. But should we? A legendary seal, you say? Mom, look at me. I got a legendary seal. The One Piece. Like the XP difference, just for you to register, like how much XP are we getting for doing the whole invasion Pang of Duriel thingy, right? And how much XP are we getting for getting ours, like for killing elites and actually farming? I mean, like in comparison, it's like, why are we even trying to level normal when leveling normal just doesn't yield any results? I mean, it is actually crazy like that they left the things untouched. I mean, I would have heavily thought they would actually nerf it. Because it's kind of like, if you're not leveling like this, you're just going to be kicking yourself in the balls. But if you're leveling like this, right, you're forced to do just one thing for leveling from now on forever. But if you're not doing it, it's just like so less efficient. I mean, it's crazy. Like, I literally try to just level a character at normal. And the last levels just become a slog, even if you go like into the higher difficulties, right? But I mean, it's a really important 3-month season for content creation, yes. Also, you just got to consider, my friend, that people don't have limited gaming time. So anything that allows people to do something faster is usually welcome, because that means they can enjoy more of their limited gaming time than the end game content. So it might seem silly to try to get to 70 as quick as possible for some, but it actually has a real tangible reason to do it. Okay, can we get invaded? Yeah, we can get invaded. I think it also makes like really sense to get your threat meter up for Torment, because then you could jump into Torment 1 technically and instantly have super Torment XP farm. Not even sure if you would have to jump into Torment 1 to make the XP farm work for Torment tiers, right? I mean, if you're like up to Torment 50, you could just quickly blast Pangs of Duriel in like the normal difficulty and then just be happy about it. Okay, we got it up to where we wanted it. Try like Poison Creeper. It's the normal poison upgrade. Okay, we're at 2/3 again, chat. May the invasions begin. We wanted to end this with a Hellworm. No Hellworm for that. There we go. And we got it. Yeah, 132. Honestly, I died a few more times than I did with my Warlock. So I'll take that. Druid a bit squishier. See, this is like now, this is the solid 132 to here. Now, I didn't like the poison aura of the poison creeper, so you could go for the immediate damage deal. You could go for, I mean, the poison aura does do the most damage, technically, but it doesn't immobilize, which makes it feel awkward, right? I was thinking of adding like rabies instead of that, if I would need like damage to a single target instead of the creeper. Is Hamadin gonna be good in season 14? I'm not sure if Hamadin get any like reasonable buff. I wonder if we're going for Paladin. Paladin. I mean, all the oath are being buffed, so if your paladin is actually playing an oath, right, then he slightly does more damage already, right? I mean, Zenith is getting a buff. Clash, Blessed Shield is going up. Shield charges there. Heaven's Fury gets the cooldown reduced. The oath are going up, as we said. But I don't think anything happened to the hammer, so it might be more or less unchanged, right? So we are there. We get the whispers. So what would now change with the druid for this level? So the idea would be that you actually want to use Shred together with the Lightning Storm. Right? So you actually have a real damage skill. Because currently we're just running around with the claw, and we're just holding down the claw button, right? So that's that. Probably like put some more ranks in the claw because the damage scaling is actually really significant. But yeah, you're dashing like forward and you're hurting the enemy. It's like kind of cool. But obviously Shred, you want to have Shred. But in order for Shred to work, I think you need like critical strikes, restore spirit, right? I'm entirely sure if that's required. And then you're going to turn Shred probably into Storm Shred. And just have it go like crazy. Kind of. How are you today? Very well. Thank you for asking. I'm having a grand old time with Diablo 4. This is going to be like my Druid leveling build. I mean, we also wanted to see... So that was Druid today. We also wanted to do... Let's see. Test run can be deleted. So that was Lightning Shred. Diablo's killing itself right now. Give me a second. Yeah, just wait a moment while Diablo tries to commit Sudoku. Would be crazy if those weird arrows would be fixed, right? Wouldn't that be crazy? Okay, so we're gonna delete that one. Test run, and I want to run around with... We did Druid, so that's the Druid we're definitely gonna play. I want to level the Necromancer, but Necro is that easy. Barbarian, I had a level build for last season, but it was kind of inefficient. Let's do Paladin first because I really enjoyed the Paladin leveling. Paladin was really fun because that is going to be Zenith. Are you fully leveled this one as a... They're probably gonna buff Warlock. No, Warlock is not buffed. Warlock is actually nerfed, heavily nerfed too. But Warlock is still fantastic. So despite heavily nerfed, it's still good, but definitely nerfed. Okay, so
It ought to be welcome sight indeed.
a single Helltide. Well, it's a single Helltide with a like Grand XP Nightmare Dungeon, so that should actually level you up further forward. We're gonna do Advanced to begin.
I will have
Let's see. Let's go over here. Then you're gonna activate your pet. Oh wait, sorry. Oh god, see, like now the game is like fully just in his death throes chat, right? Try Arden. No, Arden is probably the worst thing that you could ever do, my friend. I mean, not only did Arden get heavily nerfed, penalized, and changed, generally speaking, Arden is just like a terrible playstyle, at least for me. Great. Let's wait 20. That was, by the way, now we get a confirmation how long these weird ass lags last. 26 seconds, right? just a good old 26 seconds, little you know, blip in the road.
This should be interesting.
Paladin starts so unexciting with like the normal base attacks. It seems so weird. This seems like Diablo 2 all over again when you have like really just the base attack on the Paladin, right? Because the Paladin base attacks are so unassuming, but once you actually get the interesting abilities, I'm gonna start doing. Or with a druid, I could like kill this whole room, right? And with a paladin, you have like one blade slash forward. Oh, it feels so weird. I mean, said blade slash does reasonable damage, but I wanted to now like make sure that all of these die. Won't really be happening. The worst part is probably I can't just attack in the empty air, right? So I need to actually attack an enemy. And why is that terrible? Because it doesn't allow me like to just slice in a direction. Where are we glowing? It's a player highlight. Everyone should have that activated. And now we get our auras. So we're not playing Aura Din, but we're still playing every single aura. Because the auras are just so OP. So like why would you not play your aura when it just kills things instantly? Ow, 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 ow. I'm running dirt with Rabies all the way up with Stormstrike with Lightning Storm, Ravens, Boulder, and Earthen Bulwark. It's a beast of a druid. Yes, Rabies is great. It's also an option. I'm just personally a big fan of the Lightning Storm. Of watching the Lightning Storm just go on and about, right? I've always been, will always be. There's just something magical about Lightning Storm of having it like grow and then do the bonus damage. Wish there was like more ways to actually play Lightning Storm to make it feel like really, really good, right? So you got advance was for weakened enemies, and this one was for 2 additional strikes. Yes. We also finally have a weapon, which is actually a 2-handed weapon, so you can properly wave your weapon around. Sir, stop chasing me. I don't like the animations in Diablo. Well, that seems like a personal preference. I mean, Mr. ID, I played 4 weeks of Path of Exile non-stop. Excuse me if I choose to play something else for a bit. It's called diversity. AKA staying sane. So our next points are now going to get spent to get all the other auras. Hee. Slower swings, but more damaging swings. What do we start with? 350, right? Damn. PoE could get Diablo cinematics. Well, the problem with PoE and Diablo cinematics is that you would require a story first and foremost. I mean, there's a story in Path of Exile, don't get me wrong, but it's not really being told. But I actually know the story of Diablo, right, in and out, even without being a story aficionado. About Path of Exile, I just know absolutely not a single thing. And I wish it was different because, you know, kind of would like to know the story. Nope. I know absolutely nothing. Next to nothing. And Paladin seems somewhat slow. Should we bother with war plans at all? I mean, I'm doing war plan right now. Oh, it's going to be viable for season 14. Yes. I mean, Paladin was also viable last season with Clash, but they heavily nerfed Clash. The sad part is that, like, despite the Clash nerf, it's still the best way to kind of still play. To still play is using Castle. Castle's your ultimate. And still resolve stacking, despite not wanting to resolve stack. So it might still be the best way. Then again, Zenith got actually updated, so we might actually be able to use the ultimate in a meaningful way. Because before, the ultimate wasn't just strong enough, they gave it a damage multiplier. Still don't think it will be strong enough to be worth it, but we'll have to see. Okay, so we get that. That's level 9. Get the third aura. All 3 auras in one place. Finally. Still only a minimal amount of cinder collected. Man, this is like really slowish. But I guess it's like on par with the Warlock. Warlock was also slowish. At least I got an in-between laser beam that I can use. Zeal looks absolutely terrible compared to Diablo 2. Well, I didn't even know Diablo 2 had Zeal, my friend. You know? I didn't even know. Paladins from Diablo 2. Yeah, I mean, I assumed, but I never played Paladin in Diablo 2, I think. I played Druid and Necro. Yeah. I really never bothered with the other classes, I'll have to say. Like, you know, Necromancer and Druid for the win. The only Paladin I know before Diablo 4 was the Crusader from Diablo 3. Yeah. But even that wasn't like a lot of no-no. Would I die if I now face anything? Yeah, I mean, I surprisingly can actually kill things in Penitent. Huh. Paint me surprised. That I could do that.
Many more to come.
Double Helltide. Just get like three times the wrong result and start crying. That's level 14. Level 14 allows me now to go for, what was it? Grants, maximum life is Fortify. Oh yeah, we wanted the Fortify. Then we needed the Vanguard's Reach. We needed to have the, you were weakening enemies. That was there. We got the maximum resource. This one was for more lasering. I think we played also Rally. If I'm not mistaken. Did we play Rally? Or did we go for Falling? No, we went for Falling Star to move a bit faster around. I remember.
Mainlander, what brings you?
That was Falling Star. So I could zip zoom quicker left, right, and center. I just don't know why Diablo is any better than Path of Exile 2. Well, it is not necessarily better. It's just a great alternative. Sir. And options are always fantastic. Did the new season start? The new season is starting on Tuesday, and we're pretty much just having some pre-season fun, trying out different level variants of things that I want to pretty much play. Thinking about like what endgame builds is going to be. So the thing, like, this is going to determine what I start with, because like, again, for Paladin, it's going to be Zeal. Zeal is going to be strong. It's definitely Torment 10 without a problem. Torment 12 as well. I'm just not sure how good Zeal is going to be for Torment 12 Mephisto, because that's what like Zeal itself could be struggling with. Now, I guess Paladin is generally going to struggle with Torment 12 Mephisto if Torment 12 Mephisto just stays exactly as he is and doesn't get in any way changed, right? Not sure how like strong Clash, for example, will come out on top. I wanted to fortify here because fortify just keeps us alive. Cinematic and story-wise, Diablo. I mean, Diablo has always been a staple for story. I mean, you might not like it. It's definitely something. How they developed some characters, but that's personal. Ah! Haters! 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 What we're doing? Oh, we're riding around until I had like a potion. And a level up. Okay, so that was at least somewhat faster than the Warlock, but I gotta say, like, even a normal Paladin can feel clunky. Okay, so we got now the Zealot. The Zealot is definitely what you were looking for, because with Zealot now, we get 1, 2, 3. We got the 3. This one was also not giving us. This one was for bonus charge. Yeah, I remember. Now they have the bonus auras. You're gonna have like this bonus flicker, like on everything you do, right? So you're gonna do a hit, and then there's a flicker hit happening afterwards. And you're essentially going to like flicker, 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 flicker. The beauty. Why not just temper HP on gear so you don't die? I mean, first and foremost, you wouldn't have the materials. Second and most important, you don't have a single rare item at this point. So getting yourself more HP is obviously a nice thing to have, but, you know, how about more damage? But yeah, you couldn't just temper at this point. I mean, you wouldn't have anything to temper. This is the new league you're playing? No, sir, but we're preparing for the new league. We're essentially playing without our 13 bonus skill points, aka we're playing as if we have shit. And that's an interesting experience, as always. Poor Paladin feeling awkward. For Paladin, like, feels so slow compared to the Druid, I must say. Right? But literally, the only problem Druid had is spirit-wise in the beginning. But as soon as that's 15, it's, like, kind of changed. Which builds would you recommend if you don't want to press that many buttons? I mean, most builds are somewhat of a one-button build in the end game. Somewhat off a, because there's still some more you might have to do. I think Druid is going to be a very low-button build. Barbarian is a very high-button build. Unless you go for the Whirlwind. If you play Whirlwind, then also low-button build. I'll get to, like, make your decisions there if you want to play then Whirlwind or not. Sork is many buttons. Necromancer is usually a low button build as well, because you pretty much have like your golem and then your auras are automized, so don't have to do much there. Spiritborn is, well, it's technically a low button build, but you gotta actually press quite some buttons to make the low buttoning work, right? You gotta get it online first, and then just to maintain your cooldowns. Can you just numlock the bar build? You could. But not everyone knows how that works, so you gotta consider that. Also, what if you are playing on controller? Then you can obviously hold down all the controller buttons, but that also gets uncomfortable. So what are we talking about? So there's a trick, a thingy, a way. How with a barbarian, and I don't actually know how exactly. See, like I know that the numlock trick works, Squidget, but I don't myself know how to set it up. But you can pretty much set your skills to numlock, and then instead of having to trigger them, it's like gonna be like a numlock hold, right? It's gonna not be toggle, it's gonna be like hold. And that's automatically going to then cast set skills whenever they're available. Now you can do the same obviously on controller. Kagalton, thank you for the Prime subscription. Kagalton, very good to see you there. So you could also whip out your controller, right? For this barbarian. Do I have my helmet? Helmet. And then you go into a pit. But instead of playing, you just hold down all your buttons. Because why would you play, right? So that was dash, right? Pick that up. So you just hold down all your buttons here right now. Right? Now you could do the same with numlock. But even though this is like now low button play style, I mean, you still have to hold down all the buttons, right? So I consistently have to hold this down like that. Maybe I just don't want to do that. I mean, it's simple once you have it, like, right? You just migrate forward. You can't send the sound of this build. Well, you can turn the game sounds down, off, something. Play some music. But yeah, that's like, you can do the same with numlock if you then know how to set it up. But again, I don't even know how to set it up, right? Because I never bothered. An RX 9070 XT. I have an RX 9070 XP, and I think it's absolutely worth it to buy. It is a fantastic piece of hardware. I mean, let's see. Oh, wait, let's not teleport out. See if I can quickly Google it. So the way it works is, and I hate that you had to do this, you assign your skills to numlock keys. Okay. So you got your keypad, right? You're gonna put keys on there, like so 1, 2, 3, and there. Then you activate numlock, hold down set keys, and then you deactivate numlock, and then it's locked in. As it seems. Yeah. The problem is, my keyboard doesn't even have a, like here, I don't even have, like, you know? I don't have a keypad. It's a TKL keyboard. So I cannot do this. Thoughts on Spiritborn or Warlock? Well, so let's pull out the notepad here quickly. So we got what do we have? A Warlock. I mean, you have Direct Claws. You got Apocalypse still. Weaker. You got Lunatic. Stronger. Right? So these should still work. Also, Titan's Grasp should work. And yeah, actually Titan's Grasp should work. Titan's Grasp. But none of these is like a level build. So probably Dreadclaws is level and end. That's what I would currently do. And then for Spiritborn, you got Poison. Slightly weaker. And mobility down. Right? That's what I would say. I mean, then for Druid, we got Storm, Lightning Storm, plus Shred, and Companions. Weaker, but still possible, right? Also Boulder, stronger, somewhat. Should work. We got Paladin, which definitely has Zeal. And that should be stronger now. Clash should still function, but obviously weaker. But it should still function because you're getting a 16 times resolve multiplier, so you're stuck at 16 resolves, right? So before you were having like 52 resolve stacks times 8%, and that was like 400% damage multiplier. Now you're having 16 resolve stacks times 8%, so that's 128. I mean, yeah, it's a loss in damage, ta-da, of 300%, but you should still go up to the hundreds, right? I think the biggest problem is not even going to be this. The biggest problem for Paladin is going to be... I'll show you. So, what do we have? We have not only Clash being nerfed. The worst offender is actually down here because you're playing Fortress. Okay? Fortress says make you become immune, and then standing in your fortress grants your allies resolves every second. You are unstoppable, and while inside of your fortress, you gain 4% damage per stack of resolve. Now, they nerfed the resolve stacking, so I think instead of getting now 12 ranks on an item, it's like down to 8 ranks or so. I'm not entirely sure. 7 or 8. Which means instead of having like plus 12, plus 12, plus 12, and plus 12, right? On every single item. It's going to look like a bit different, and we're just not going to have that much resolve going on. So instead of like 52... probably going to be like a max of 30, so that's 30 times 4. That's a 120% damage multiplier, but instead of 52 times 4, right, which was like a 200% damage multiplier. So there's already like 2 instances of damage down. 72 stacks. Now most had 50 stacks. Like we're talking about like what most had. Dizzle, right? So I think like that's going to be awkward for Fortress because Fortress was such a fixed multiplier. Then again, they buffed Zenith, so it might be worth it to actually use Zenith. The problem is if you use Zenith, then you can't use your Zeal. So yeah, again, down to what is going to be like the thing to do there. I have to see. But it should still function. I'm still like looking forward to this. I mean, for Necromancer, we got Bloodwave and Golem / Minion Necro. I mean, we probably have AOTD Necro as well, but so Necro has lost so much damage. It's like Necromancer is like really the one that gets hit the worst of all the classes from the overpower. It's crazy how much that kicked in their face. Because in the patch notes, like, we have the Banished Lord's Talisman get nerfed. We have Red Blessing get nerfed. Like, everything down. So stacking overpower is, like, really not that profitable anymore. Which might at least open up a bit more build freedom. As, like, before it was really down to... I mean, you could only play Red Blessing and Banished Lords, and now you can at least play other stuff. Wasn't the 12 resolve on items unintended? Yes, it was, Derek. It doesn't change the fact that it was great. Necros should be Bone Spirit with Litless and Cold Varine for Soul Rift. I mean, not impossible what you're saying. The problem is that build is also, like... The Varine was playing here we were playing Red Blessing, and on top of Red Blessing you were playing the Banished Lord's Talisman, so you are actually significantly weaker, right? I mean, this goes down to 10%, and if you then have it here, it's like 8 or 6% or 7, and Red Blessing is going down to 3 instead of 4 maximum overpower stacks, or 2. So yeah, you're gonna get less maximum overpower stacks easy, and they're nerfed Title as well, right? Let me double check. Title was getting nerfed as well. Title aspect is down from 2 to 4 to 1 to 3, so that's like 6 maximum. And then Red Blessing is going down to 4 to 2, so that's plus 8. That brings it to 12. And Banished Lords in itself does also do less damage now, right? So there's so much lost. Then again, though, like that is now nerfed, so you just have to find a perfect amulet, right? So let's forget about that and just make yourself a great amulet. Because all things considered, my Red Blessing amulet was always like, until I found one that finally had crit multiplier and vulnerable damage multiplier, it took so long. You know? It took so long to actually get to the point where I finally had one that had 2 multipliers. Like, other case scenario, just get yourself, like, just make one with a triple damage multiplier and then play whatever genetic aspect for more damage. So sure, I guess easy ways to powers have been lost. Easy ways. Considering that not everyone even had a Banished Lord's Talisman, right? Seeing Necro fall behind hurt my soul. What I dislike the most about Necro is still the low multipliers of the Paragon board. Because if you look at this is 40% bonus damage. That is 60% bonus damage. Here we get 60%, and this is 45%. Right? That's kind of sad. And now let's throw an eye on our good old friend the Warlock. Just so we can see a difference. And this is like where I don't understand Blizzard, because this is the vector they could so easily fix for every class. So now let's look here. We got 105%. Cool. By the way, that 6 seconds was updated to 20 seconds. Then we got 75%. We also have 100%. And, oh wait, we got 90%. Cool. So every single one of these nodes is already a vast increased damage compared to our Necro. How are you going to say that's only because Warlock is the new class, right? Surely other classes would equally fall behind. And to be honest, some of them are, right? But I feel like the Paragon nodes are probably the least inconclusive one between classes, right? Some characters are getting so much power from Paragon boards while others not. I mean, what do we got here on? We get 70% more from Thunderstruck, 70% more for Earth Skills. You got that weird 45 plus 25, so another 70 for Werewolf Skills. The Heightened Malice stacking. We got Constricting Tendrils. I mean, Druid is definitely the same boat, generally speaking, in my opinion, as Necromancer, right? It's like damage on Tuesdays paired with low multipliers. It just doesn't feel that fair. For Peregrine, I believe for Bone Spirit, it should be Bone Graft. My problem with Bone Spirit is, on the Necro, that as much as I like the Bone Spirit build, and I have been having like a good time with it, I could never recommend this as someone for... as a starter. I mean, it's a highly super mobile, fun, powerful build, right? So you have like this, right? And you have your boat spirits going on, and you like just can fly through the level, and then you find enemies, and they just die to your bone spirits, right? It's like super fun. The problem is that it's not a starter, right? It's not something you begin this season with. I mean, you would level with minions and then potentially work into this build, I reckon. But, for example, killing, like, Torment 12 Mephisto with this was possible, but was a pain. And if something is a pain and doesn't feel smooth, then it's gonna not be smooth for people that struggle anyways, right? As cool as the build is, as much as I like this, I don't think this is something I can recommend. Right? It is a lover build, so I love this one. It is so much fun, but it's sadly not as strong as Bloodwave, obviously. It's probably also not as strong as Minions. So yeah. You're straight ass. I highly disagree. But Necro needs way more love. I mean, even with this rework, Necro still feels like, if you compare it to Warlock, as if like an intern made Necro from the begin, right? So what do we have? We get Golem, Minion, Necro. Sure, I'm gonna add Bone Spirit to it. So this is like kind of what we have going on. Necro Paladin, Druid, Spiritborn, Warlock. I mean, Barbarian is just straight up Barbarian. You could start with Ancients for leveling, right? And then you can do Ancients for endgame. Beautiful. So you just Ancients. So the fun part with the Barb is you can start with like Whirlwind, Upheaval, or whatsoever. But as soon as you're level 14, you can already use your Shouts as your main damaging skill, right? Also Cold Necro, yeah, but so in order for Cold Necro to work, you need the Signet of Pelgain. You need to have either Azure Wrath or the whatever the Scythe was called again. So it's not really like beginner friendly again, right? Especially because Bloodless Scream, thank you. It wasn't just clicking. And getting like, I hate the Pelgain playstyle. It's so stupid. So what's Pelgain in case you don't know that item? Do I have one? Pale. Here. So the Signet of Pelgain says your freeze effects cause enemies to permanently take 20% increased damage from you for each second they are frozen. And these builds, now you suddenly start tempering. You know what you start tempering, Chan? You want to know what you start tempering? And explain that to people. You're going to start tempering crowd control duration. Because you want to freeze for longer. The problem is, if you now look into the leaderboards, right? Like almost every single top finish was playing the Signet of Pelgain. Oh, guess what? The Signet of Pelgain. And Pelgain. Then you were going for like Sork. I think Sork was doing it without Pelgain, right? But then you go over to Barbarian, and even Barbarian builds, some of them were using Pelgain to weasel out bonus damage, right? If they weren't just dominating over gem strength anyways. Then you went over to Rogue, and I think I've seen Rogues also play Pelgain already. Then you had Druids that were even trying to somehow get it into their build. And, like, yeah. See? You had a Druid. A Druid. Who now has to look for lucky hit chance to freeze. So you have to look for lucky hit chance to freeze on your set. Right? And this is like 1, 2, 3 of those that are lucky hit chance to freeze, 4 of those. And only if you have that lucky hit chance to freeze on multiple items, right? Then you could equip that random Signet of Pelgain. Season 14 Signet of Pelgain was nerfed, yes. But it's still something that a lot of Necromancer builds are going to play, because Necromancer does have cold damage. So there's some meaningful cold damage it has. So I'm happy that Pelgain got a shot in the face, because honestly, that's just, I'm sorry, that's just stupid. Right? Pelgain here. So damage bonus reduced from 15 to 20 to 10 to 15 per second, and enemies are frozen. Only applies to cold damage. So they get more damage, but from cold damage. Cute. Good to see you there. Thank you for the Prime Gaming subscription. You got Galton also. Howdy. Appreciate it. Plowman Quetcher. It's many, many centuries ago that we did some Hearthstoning. Also, Katie, good morning. So it's definitely beautiful that we don't have to deal with this anymore. I am more than happy about this. I mean, like, as much as I hate that Overpower get nerfed, I'm also happy that Overpower get nerfed, right? Because every single build, or like for Necromancer, really every single build was, oh, Banished Lord's Talisman, and then Red Blessing, right? There was just no better option. It was Banished Lord's Talisman and Red Blessing. However, obviously, since that got nerfed now, there will be a new best combo, right? And then everyone will play that new best combo. I just dislike if there's a certain unique combo that just really absolutely overshadows everything. By the way, that's an absolute illegal amulet. He had 3 to blood skills, 3 to all skills, on a 10%, double greater affixed. What the fuck? That's a hella illegal, like, Red Blessing. Jesus Christ. Sam, right? Yeah. No, he had just a critical strike damage multiplier 1. Jesus. Yeah, so Necro has some interesting stuff going on. We like Druid, Paladin, Necro, Barb. Barb is Ancients for me. I know Barb has different builds, right? But just not for me. Wouldn't have been so bad, but the Banished Lords was a bad drop rate. I still don't understand why we have unfixed drop uniques, right? What made Blizzard think that this is a good idea? The general unique pool. I just don't understand. I'm sorry. It just makes no sense to me. We just got away from this, right? We have everything to be dropped from the bosses. We're in a good spot where we could target farm our items. And then they were like, no, listen, we're gonna put specific items into a general unique pool so that when you really, 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 really want them, you're just not gonna fucking get them. Right? 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 And you're just like, okay, sure, but why? Like, I want to have the Banished Lord's Talisman, so I'm either going to now hog the cube like crazy, or I'm going to start yelling at the screen. Is Paladin good next season? It's doable, Frost. Am I going to consider that the top Paladin finisher was Clash? Your Paladin. It was Clash. With Pelgane, by the way, as well. And that Clash is now severely weaker. But it should still be possible to be played. I mean, you're losing 300% damage and a 80% damage multiplier. So you're losing like 380% damage. But considering how effortless Clash has been dealing trillions, even with 380% less damage, it should surprisingly still be good. Especially since the Shard of Rathiel can drop in Mythic, right? So then that 100% Shard of Rathiel is like a 130%. The Mantle that gives us 6% bonus damage per is going to 6.1.3. It's going to like 8% bonus damage if it's rounded up. And the Pain-Gorger's Gauntlet 125 is also going to be 150 something. So you're kind of losing damage, but you're gaining damage. Right? What I just worry about is survival a bit. Because they're like they took the resolve stacks out, and let's be fair, how did we get tanky? How did we get tanky last season? Everyone and their mom was using Glenn's Anvil. I mean, they didn't per se change Glenn's Anvil, did they? Yeah, damage reduction is now capped at 40%. It might still be worth it to play it. I mean, if it's 4% per... What did it say? Glenn's Anvil says 4% per stack of resolve, right? So you're just going to get yourself 10 stacks of resolve. I guess. What's going to be intriguing is next season. So how do we solve vulnerable? Answer me. Because this is a question that every single class and every single build has to answer. No, Wolf is not working anymore. Cersei is gone. Right? I mean, for Sork, I only have this for you right now. Maybe Crackling Energy. We're not entirely sure. Exploit Glyph has never been good. Exploit Glyph is downright horrible. Because it always creates... Also, I mean, first and foremost, Exploit Glyph doesn't on every class actually make vulnerable. So I know you think this, right? But Exploit is actually different from class to class. Here, where's Exploit? See? Exploit for Necromancer does not make vulnerable. It just does not. Yeah. I think can like which items can all roll lucky hit to make vulnerable? Gloves can roll, right? Can gloves roll lucky? Can gloves not roll lucky hit to make lucky? Gloves cannot roll lucky hit to make vulnerable. Ring? For Necro, it's easy to make vulnerable. Oh, absolutely. It's not the question for a Necro per se. It's a general question. Right? Okay, you cannot roll this. Can you not roll Lucky Hit to vulnerable anymore? I haven't checked last season. Oh, isn't it like it's on weapon? Wait. It's on weapon. Isn't it on weapon? No, it moved somewhere. Temper maybe, or was it a temper? Like I remember seeing it, but I don't remember where I saw it. Yeah, lucky hit chance to lightning, physical, weaken, vulnerable. It was a temper. You're right. Thank you for reminding me. Might see builds move away from vulnerable altogether, skip the free 25 and stack crit and all damage. No, that would be the dumbest thing ever. You cannot skip vulnerable. It's too big of a multiplier to leave on the road. No, it's September now. Thank you for reminding me. So it's crazy though, because if we would temper this, you either lose like insane amounts of damage per overpower stack or something like this, right? You lose crit chance, you lose attack speed, so it doesn't feel good as a temper. When obviously like many classes, so the Necromancer has multiple ways to make vulnerable. We're going for that. So you have you technically have Bone Prison to make anything enemies vulnerable. You have your good old Corpse Tendrils, which does actually work. And you could use your Iron Maiden to make enemies vulnerable. Right? Which? No, you wouldn't get the vulnerable otherwise. So Necro has like multiple ways, but for Druid, are you forced to play? Isn't there an aspect for vulnerable? There's one aspect that every single class can play. And there's one aspect that you can pretty much transfigure on your amulet. Now, considering that every single class usually transfigures something useful on their amulet, it like you kind of don't want to, right? So technically, every class can play this. Let's enter vulnerable. Metamorphosis. Here. This is the aspect of the Accursed Touch. Up to a 40% chance to inflict Vampiric Curse. And if enemy are Vampiric Curse, they are vulnerable. Simple, right? Simple as cake, to be honest. And then you get the Overcharge aspect, for example, on the Druid. And the Overcharge aspect would say Storm skills make enemies vulnerable. And 20% increased damage, which is great. If we're now looking for all vulnerable aspects, you technically have Biting Cold is for Necro, Rogue, and Sork, right? But who wants to play Biting Cold? Paladin has Celestial Strife, but that doesn't make vulnerable. Aspect of Peril also gets from there. Debilitating Darkness. As Desecrated Ground makes enemies vulnerable. I never knew. Recalling Feathers makes enemies vulnerable as well. Shredding Blades was vulnerable damage, right? That wasn't... Does it? Shredding Blades never made vulnerable. No, it does. Shredding Blades made vulnerable. Exactly. So I guess there are some sources still of vulnerable. And I'm personally very happy that we have to do this. Like, it might sound mean, chat, but I think having like a one-stop solution like C for vulnerable, it was too easy, right? It's like every single build in season 15 was like, how do I make enemies vulnerable? I'll just slot C. I'll just slot C, and then I'll just slot it. Doesn't the Frozen Nova Rune inflict vulnerable? If I'm not mistaken, the rune from the Sorg should inflict vulnerable. However, the problem with that is... It was Thol, right? Yeah, Thol here. Invoke the Sorcerer's Frost Nova skill, freezing enemies. I'm pretty sure it did inflict vulnerable. But you also just have to consistently cast it. And you have to be close to enemies. So what if you're a caster? What if you're ranged and not melee? I mean, then you'd have to dive bomb your opponents just for vulnerable. Right? It doesn't even make vulnerable versus bosses unless you actually freeze them. What did Frost Nova say there? But technically, this one shouldn't make vulnerable anymore, right? Because I think that this actually does make vulnerable as a relic from the past. Because in all reality, in order for Frost Nova to actually make someone vulnerable, it would have to explicitly state that it's a specific sorcerer variant, right? Because Sorg also has Nova make vulnerable just only if you choose this one here, right? You have to choose Nova and you have to get vulnerable. Otherwise, you're not making enemies vulnerable. I think Rogue will be in Season 14. Rogue cleared Pit 150 on the test server. I mean, there still seems to be things bugged about Rogue and not everything seems to be working as it should. Ergo, it's probably Gucci, right? Now we have to waste a powerful buff for vulnerable. You will not waste a powerful buff. You have to find a class-specific solution, Ezekiel, as you should. I mean, this is at one point where I don't mind getting weaker because I have to solve it different. Because, again, having like a one-stop for all combo is just stupid. Is Wyvern combo charges with heavy stun buildup and armor break still good, viable? I meant there are better ways to make charges now. So you don't have to go for the heavy stun buildup that was like 04. Should look at the new 05 Wyverns. Fire. What about Aspect of a Cursed Touch? Aspect of a Cursed Touch is exactly what we're talking about. That you can use a Cursed Touch. But if I now was using a Cursed Touch on my Necro, on my Sorg, for example, I would have to transfigure it on. So currently I have lightning damage has up to a 41% chance to stun enemies for 1.5 seconds, right? And if I then wanted to now play a Cursed Touch on this character, I'd have to go for Amulet, then Transfigure together with the Kolean Tuning Prisms, right? And I'd have to roll until I maybe see a Cursed Touch, right? Which could take like 1, 2, that's a Cursed Touch, ta-da, vulnerable. But this is obviously not a solution for the early game, right? I mean, in the early game, you're probably going to just put it on your boots, I'd say. As soon as I get a Cursed Touch on any build, I'm just going to enchant it on the boots or pants and then just have a Cursed Touch going on. It's definitely an easy solution and should be doing well. What I really wonder is how well Apocalypse Warlock is going to perform with all the Apocalypse nerfs. Definitely something I'd like to see. Now we get Rogue. Rogue was Twisting Blades, Flurry, still DT, and that's all I know about Rogue. Who are missing? We got, I think we get them all, right? We got Warlock, Spiritborn, Druid, Paladin, Necro, Barb, Sorg, Rogue. I feel like I'm missing one, and that one is crying in a corner right now. What about Doc? I never knew how well Doc performed in endgame. Doc is good for leveling. And will always be good for leveling. Lunatic was just better and more fun, to be honest. No point in APOC. I mean, my favorite build is still the Tiny's Grasp on the Warlock. And I wonder if that one did actually get... Did that one get, like, anything? Tyrant's Grasp? No, Tyrant's Grasp didn't get anything. I mean, the Hackathon Chasm is now giving you ranks to Tyrant's Grasp, which is interesting because if we look for the Hackathon now, Hackathon... That one was 120% damage to Tyrant's Grasp, and Tyrant's Grasp summons additional demonic hands. If you get this in Mythic, right, it's going to be 160% almost, which is great if you think about it, right? And on top, they buffed the set that I've been using because on Warlock, we've been using the set with Sadism. Oh, no, not Demon Form. We're using the Demon Form set. Here, the Abaddon's Flesh. Where you get like these strength stacks to become stronger, but I think they did something to that, right? Abaddon's Flesh of Abaddon, yeah, here. So now it converts Infernal Hunger to Demonic Strength when hitting Elite, inclusive of bosses. But just a tooltip to note that killing demons also works to convert stacks. So what does that mean? It says, while in demon form, quickly gain Infernal Hunger stacks, each increasing the damage you take by killing enemies or hitting bosses converts Infernal Hunger stacks into Demonic Strength, each granting 2% increased damage. Now that killing enemies was a problem because sometimes you died, but it now says hitting elites and bosses plus killing normal demons. And the 5 pieces Demonic Strength bonuses are increased by 150 and now persist after you leave demon form. While you have volatility, you deal 66% increased hellfire damage and gain Infernal Hunger stacks twice as fast. Now, what does it currently say? It was Demonic Strength bonuses are increased, yeah, and now persist after you leave. Plus, casting core or basic skills outside demon form consumes 1 strength to cast them again at a random enemy. Yeah, that was weird because I never felt that because it was core or basic hellfire skills, right? If you now choose to then go for Tiny's Grasp, I think it never counted as a core skill. So that one was completely wasted. But now it adds just another 66% increased hellfire damage. So that's great. Tiny's Grasp might actually be really, really, really worth it, but it's still a self-killing build, right? Actually, it might be the build I instantly do. I wonder, though, was there ever a good Dreadclaws build? Because I've yet to see, like, a good Dreadclaws build from Diablo. Like a really, 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 really good one. I mean, a couple of 100 billions, yeah. Pit 110, but no. I've never seen like one that was baffling. And the latest update I've seen was from Voodie, but even Voodie did like only Pit 110. I mean, obviously in hardcore it's different. Yeah, I never saw an insane Dreadclaws build that convinced me.
May the light show you mercy.
Yeah, Dreadclaws fell off the higher you went, basically. I felt that. I mean, it's not a terrible skill, but I kind of never vibe with me. It might also be that the set bonus was just bad because the Abyssal set wasn't like now completely terrible. But it was like enemies within Shadow Form areas are dominated, and then you had the 350% bonus damage while you have Shadow Form, right? And dominated enemies take like 450% bonus damage. It was like, unless you had the 5 set pieces, you did nothing. And the problem was that the Seed of Horizon was just better. Because it was a 30% increased damage per active demon, right? Greater demon. And then you just had a tons of active greater demons plus the other bonuses. And you get the 200% increased damage because of all soul shard demons, right? The Basilisk unique. Yes, they buffed Basilisk, which is now the #1 weapon every druid build is going to play. So it doesn't matter what druid build you're playing. So Basilisk says, added the effect, petrified enemies now take 60 to 90% increased damage from you. Right? And what does the Basilisk say per se? So wait, I mean, first and foremost, the Basilisk cast here now gets critical strike damage, multiplier, and weapon damage, which is insane. Like that's just amazing. And then petrified enemies take more damage. Now, the thing is that Druid has two things. So we get Basilisk here. So Basilisk says, petrified enemies have a 100% increased chance to be critically struck. Okay, so you have fixed critical strike high versus them. And they take 90% increased damage. Additionally, Earth skills petrify healthy enemies for 3 seconds. Right? So that is what it is. If you now play a Boulder Druid, you would obviously petrify enemies, right? So we have been last season playing, this is my Druid, right? This is my Boulder Druid. Now, my Boulder Druid has currently a weapon, a legendary staff, that says, while fortified, you deal 130% increased damage. So if I now play the Basilisk, I'm not even behind that. Correct? I mean, look at the aspect I'm playing. While fortified, you deal 130... What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that, chat? What is this? Because if I take the Basilisk, that does 90% bonus damage, and we get the Basilisk as a mythic, that would mean 90% times 1.3, right? 90% times 1.3, which brings us up to 120. So the same as my aspect does. Ergo, I'm not even in less damage for playing the Basilisk, and all my Earth skills would instantly petrify enemies, right? Why is it so interesting when you instantly petrify enemies? Let me tell you. Because you're playing a set, the Fur of the Old Mountain. Your Earth skills fossilize enemies. Enemies become fossilized at 4 stacks, petrifying them for 3 seconds. Petrified enemies are stunned and take 100% critical strike damage. Okay. Petrified enemies absorb your damage dealt and will explode for 200% of the amount absorbed when Petrify expires. Okay. We all get this correct. You understand, right? They absorb damage and they die. So, as I understand it, if I now have my Basilisk, and my Basilisk petrifies enemies. I mean, let's read this again, right? It says, namely, Earth skills petrify healthy enemies for 3 seconds. So technically, as soon as my boulder touches an enemy, he should get instantly petrified, instantly take 90% more damage, instantly have a 100% critical strike chance, right? And I should instantly also do 100% critical strike damage against them. Isn't the Basilisk just absolutely insane for what we're gonna do? And since it solves crit chance, I wouldn't even have to care about putting crit chance on my items. Now, the only problem is this wouldn't work against bosses, right? Because you couldn't petrify bosses the whole time. Now, that being said, additionally, Earth skills petrify healthy enemies for 3 seconds. Would we build the stagger bar up instantly? And we would still fossilize and still petrify the enemy as well. So, I guess in bursts, we would have 100% crit chance. So we could definitely think about, like, I mean, I want to play Boulder anyways, because my Boulder does a lot of damage. So my Boulder does trillions of damage, okay, chat? Which is interesting. But the real interesting part is that they fixed the Dolmen Stone as well. So what does the Dolmen Stone do? The Dolmen Stone used to give you fixed damage. Now the Dolmen Stone says when boulder would have normally expired, instead explodes, dealing additional 90% damage to surrounding enemies. Now that 90% in Mythic is actually 120%, right? So guaranteed 120% damage on a boulder. And what happens is that you're simply bouldering around like there's no tomorrow. And every boulder you then create above is going to explode and explode and explode and explode, right? And that explosion is going to do 120% damage. So we're going to have to find a way how we can obviously like spam the boulder to have all the boulders and then go pop, pop, pop. Is it really working that way? Yes, Ezekiel, because once you overcast the boulder, you, it expires. And then it explodes. So pretty much like you could hold down the boulder button. I don't have a Dolmen Stone right now, correct? Because we never played it. Yeah, sadly I don't have a Dolmen Stone to show you. So we get Penitent, Crown, T-Bolts. Not a Dolmen Stone. Is Soul Self-On coming with Season 14? Is that true? Solo. Here. Solo Self-On mode. A familiar mode, Arise, Lone Wolves, blah, blah, blah. That allows you to take the role of the Soul Wanderer, carving their fortune. When you choose SSF as a character, you accept the following challenges. SSF characters must be seasonal only. They can either be a normal hardcore, cannot join parties or trade with other players. SSF share their own stash currency paragon, right, with other SSF characters. So that is obviously a thing. You can't do Dark Citadel, right? You can't do couch co-op. That's kind of sad, but it makes sense. Selecting Soul 7 for that character is permanent for the duration of the season and cannot be changed. So you cannot swap out of it, right? And the Fearless Soul adopting this mode will enjoy solo Self-On only tower leaderboards to show off their true solo prowess. I will probably do this personally because, again, I really just want to see how the leaderboard behaves. Right? Solo Self-On, but not in world bosses. Well, Solo Self-On only says you cannot join parties. Solo Self-On does not say, Mad Dog, that there are no other players in the world. Right? I could still go into a Helltide and meet another player there, and he walks next to me while I walk next to him, and I would be getting the bonus XP probably for another player being close to me. So despite not being able to join parties, you could still profit from others being around you, right? Oh, by the way, I think I found a possible Dreadclaw endgame build. Yeah, this is the only one I've found, but like this was also just Torment 10, right? And this was also like Pit 100. I really like they're just simply not seem to be Dreadclaws as an absolute ultra in the end, right? It seemed to be like highly limited. So yeah, I'll personally I'm definitely considering Soul Self-Found because it just seems like it, right? And I don't know how you're feeling. Do you think Shred Druid can make this stuff work? So Shred Druid for the Petrify stuff. I mean, the problem is, so if you play Shred Druid, I think you want to play the Storm set. You usually don't want to play Old Mountain, right? Because it also says your Earth skills fossilize enemies, right? Your Earth skills fossilize enemies. So in order for you to use the Basilisk, you would have to somehow get your Shred to be an Earth skill. Now, I know you can make Storm Shred a storm skill, but I don't think you can make it an earth skill in any way, because there's not a single shred aspect as far as I'm aware, right? There's nothing shred wise out there. I know there are shred uniques, but yeah, I just don't see how shred could make use of the basilisk personally. Then again, does shred even need it? Because let me see. Because so there's a druid crater. A druid crater is called Mr. Nevermind. He's like I think he's actually a German fella. I'm not 100% sure. Who's like really exclusively playing druid, and nothing else but druid. And if we're looking for the shred build he put out, it's using the Agile Rousel actually as a weapon to have this bonus explosion happening from frozen enemies, which is actually really strong. And we get like here Dark Howl, we got Gethlin's Birthright on the top, you get T-Bolt's Will, you got the Dirge of Iridia, right? And you get the Malefic Crescent. And if his Dire Totem, so you can turn Grisly Rage into a werewolf skill to turn into a Dire Werewolf instead of that. But yeah, I just don't see how that could be. I'm perfectly okay with not using the Earth set. Yeah, but in order to solve crit chance, you'd still need to petrify enemies. Cut king. That's the point, right? So in order to use the Basilisk, you need to petrify enemies. And in order to petrify enemies, you need to use an Earth skill. And it only petrifies healthy enemies, so you would have to pretty much start with an Earth skill to then be able to use your Shred. Now, what I wonder is, if you would have Basilisk on, then you play Earthen Bulwark, and you play Travertine Bulwark. Right? Because the Earthen Bulwark summons Tectonic Spikes. So, if your Earthen Bulwark summons Tectonic Spikes, and you have a Basilisk that says Earth skills make enemies here. Where's here? If you then have the Basilisk, right? That says Earth skills petrify enemies, healthy enemies. Then you could technically just get the Bulwark up, I guess, and then your Earth spikes that are coming out here, they would petrify. See, these Earth spikes, they're from my thingy. So technically, you could petrify just like that without having to do anything, right? So it's possible, I reckon, to actually make this work. Right? So not like not. There's a rune that petrifies too, that's true. There's a rune that petrifies too, but it has a Stark trigger. Also, wasn't the Petrify rune legendary? Yeah, it was legendary. So first you gotta have it, then it has 500 offering. That's an insane cost. Also, yes, you could use the Petrify of the Druid. The problem with using the Petrify of the Druid is that you couldn't use Grisly Rage anymore. And that's the thing. You want to use Grisly Rage, and you want to turn Grisly Rage into a werewolf skill. And then you would like to use Cornered Beast, which says your damage is increased by 200%, right? Because that's the thing. It's a 200% damage multiplier. It's too nice. And Petrify doesn't really give you anything anymore, right? So actually playing the actual Petrify, is it, you know? So yeah, you might go for the Petrify there, or you might just have the Earthen Spikes from your Bulwark, right? I mean, this is actually this is a funny part, like getting these Earthen Spikes here, because you want the stacks of Resolve, right? It's an easy way to game Resolve, so why not? You're a Druid for the first time. Druid is really worth it. Lightning Shred is also going to be worth it. Must be Ivan. I mean, we just leveled our Druid, in case you missed it, from 1 to 70 in like 1 hour 28 minutes. So that worked really, really well. Gelson, I'm happy you're enjoying the content. I'm having a grand old time. I mean, honestly, I wasn't sure how excited I'm going to be about Season 14, but I'm personally looking forward to kill the new Pinnacle boss. Which is also something you should consider when you're now thinking about, like, playing the new season, right? What is a good boss killer? What is a good boss killer? Because obviously the new seasonal mechanic, right? It's a boss that needs to be killed. Or we need to disrupt rituals. So you need area damage, preferable, right? You need to get the Realm Walkers. You need to get inside the Death Toll Chamber. And you need to then take down the new boss. We also need to be boss farming in general because we want to boss farm for the materials to upgrade uniques to mythics. And we want to farm mythics as uniques as mythics, right? Yeah. Any class using a lot of uniques will be fun to play. Absolutely. I mean, we're definitely going to go towards the Season of Chaos again, where picking up all the uniques is going to be exactly what you're looking forward to, right? Because Season of Chaos was like, everyone was playing 6 out of 10 uniques, kind of, right? Like, as many uniques as possible. So, yeah, I mean, this is going to be the challenge to kill the Reaper here, a lady. Here's how Mephisto will be. I mean, did they say anything about Mephisto in the patch notes? I really didn't pay attention, to be honest. Has they ever said anything about, like, nerfing, buffing Mephisto? Never looked for it. Mephisto. What do we have? The mid-fight cutscenes from Echo of Mephisto can now be skipped. Yes. Then we had fixed an issue where Rampage visual effect could definitely scale up while fighting Mephisto. And fixed an issue where Mephisto's horde chest will cook round rewards to all party members. Oh! 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 Oh, they took away Mephisto farm? I actually did think that was intended. Huh. I don't believe so, but many people struggled on him this season without Barb. Actually, even if you had Barb, I think a lot of people struggled with him. No matter how good your build is, I mean, you still need to avoid certain moments in the fight versus Mephisto. But as I like to say, if you want to guaranteed kill Mephisto, just get yourself the most broken build available. I mean, if you look at our Sork build, right? Sork was just illegal. Like, you just went to Mephisto and he just died. And it was over. Right? You didn't even have to try. There was what made Sork like so completely bonkers zoodled dandy Andy, right? I mean, seriously. Everin, can you tell me how Glenn's Envil is getting nerfed? It's not 4% anymore. No, Glenn's Envil is still 4%. What's getting nerfed about Glenn's Envil is that it's capped at 40. So you now can't go over 40%. That's just what it is. It's going to be always 40%. And then that kind of ruins it, because now Glenn's Envil was so cool because it could infinitely scale, right? That's what I meant, by the way, about Sork. Sork is just like, it was such an autopilot thingy. I mean, you didn't have to care about anything. Everything would just die. And that's it. And this is also how you fought Mephisto, right? So you just stood there AFK and Mephisto just died, and that's it. Dunzo. As, by the way, without my helmet. You're casting it, help me appreciate it. Oh, don't worry, there's new updated guides coming for the new season, especially regarding the mythic crafting and all that kind of stuff. And since we can also now craft uniques, so in case you missed it, like uniques have 2 fixed stats, 2 random stats, and one of those stats can be re-rolled at the jeweler, right? Re-roll at the jeweler. It cannot be changed at the Horati Group, as far as I understood. but they can be rerolled at the jeweler. So that's actually kind of cool because we like that, right? I mean, it was a bit stupid that you couldn't do anything to uniques and mythics and that kind of stuff. So now like 2 fixed stats, 2 random stats, and 2 random stats, one of them you can even influence. So that's kind of cool. Lynn's Anvil and Heavenly Strength might be the pairing we see. Yeah, but did you know that Heavenly Strength doesn't work on a Druid? So Druid has the aspect of Heavenly Strength, but do you want to know why it doesn't work, chat? Because when you turn into a bear or a wolf, you stop holding your 2-handed weapon. Which is obviously not true. You still have your 2-handed weapon in your transformed hands somewhere. But since the game is like, no, you're a bear now, or you're a wolf now, then you don't have a 2-handed weapon anymore. And since you're a bear or a wolf without a 2-handed weapon, you don't actually have the aspect anymore. Yeah, that's weird, isn't it? Yeah, it's weird. It's kind of weird, but it is what it is. For graphic settings, I don't have any graphic settings. Also, despite how good your graphics are, you notice like how my game just froze. That's normal. I mean, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM going on, right? I intentionally have my texture quality to medium, and I should put it to low because that actually helps with like the Diablo weird ass freezing happening. Shader quality to low also does help, despite having like a graphic card that can do everything available. But yeah, it's weird. Diablo's weird when it comes down to that. I think we were just gonna turn the shows all the way down because there's like some weird deadlock shenanigans happening in the background with Diablo that's just cluttering your RAM, and then at some point your RAM is going to be overfilled, right? It's totally different game in my opinion. Honestly, the evolution from Diablo 4 now to the Lord of Hatred version was a huge improvement to the game. I'm a bit sad that season 14 is such a mellow season, because I would have assumed that the first season with Lord of Hatred, they're really gonna roll out the big guns, you know? They're gonna like be like, bam, look at this, right? We're going crazy. But they didn't. I mean, they added some cool stuff like quality of life with the war plan syncing, right? That we're getting Soul Self-Found is a huge improvement. The actual seasonal theme is also fine-ish, but it's like for the first season with Lord of Hatred, it's gonna be fun, but it's still mid, right? Especially since most of the stuff done to the game is nerfs. Now, the biggest problem is that these nerfs to the game are good. I actually hate that I'm saying this, right? But the mythics had to be nerfed. I'm sorry. As cool as mythics are, but having like these, like having every single build just rush Air of Perdition and discard all the other unique options just seemed terrible to me, right? There was just never really the question like, oh, am I gonna try to apply my supreme build making skills to come up with a cool call? No, play Air of Perdition. Fuck you, by the way, but play it. Yeah. That's what I personally, like how Shroud of, exactly. You use Hair of Perdition, you use Shroud of False Death, you used like the ring, right? It wasn't like a question if you're gonna use them, or you just get them as soon as possible. I mean, people were sitting in day one already because you now get like so many sparks, right? They were sitting day one. They had their 3 mythic items, so that was best in slot done. Especially since the mythics have like so insane stats. I mean, 15 crit, 25 lucky hit, 25 movement speed, right? That's killer. So at like, that's why the season is like mid in that regard, but it's like it's needed nerfs, right? But how are you gonna care? Like, I mean, let's assume you're a casual Diablo 4 player that just started playing Diablo 4. You don't personally care if these are good nerfs. You just see nerfs, correct? I mean, as someone who's been playing the game now for all the years it exists, I like it. But as someone who just came back, you're going to be like, what the fuck are you doing? Diablo, you stupid wussies. It was much better when we couldn't craft them like that new sword. That one is a weird decision, Miss Behaven, that I still don't understand. Why did we get a new unique that we cannot craft that we have to find? Right? I mean, why did we get a new mythic, but now instead of being able to actually get it, no. You have to find it, right? You have to be lucky that it is an Elturin. But otherwise, get wrecked. Why such a harsh nerf from 8 to 15? Well, who knows what their plans are in the future, right? My assumption is mythic uniques have been getting hit so hard because they have future plans. The problem is trusting in Diablo's future plans. I mean, you always hope that there's a vision, right? Do we know this, by the way? Let's say crafting a shaker. Oh, the crafted iconic uniques don't count as crafted. So if you get a unique here from the random forge, like if you get a unique from here, this is not crafting a unique. This is like, ta-da, you just got it, right? I think season 14 is dead before starting. No, Bubba, absolutely not. I mean, I am, despite all of this, I am just really excited to start new in Diablo. Because Diablo has an absolute fantastic feeling of a new season. You start again, you start at 0, your stash is empty, you don't have to care about all these things. You're going to start dropping your first mythic, you're going to start getting your first chest, your first unique charms. You're going to go over to the Horadric Cube, you finally know how it actually works, right? You can upgrade your items to legendary, you can upgrade your items to mythics, you can upgrade your items to uniques, right? I mean, like, there's a real journey for an item now where you can actually start on a white item, then that white item gets upgraded to legendary, then that or that white item gets upgraded to unique, and then you can upgrade it to mythic even further, and like excitement. As far as I know, you cannot craft mythics anymore, right? Someone correct me here if I'm wrong, but you cannot craft mythics anymore. You can upgrade mythics, right? Season, any unique converted into mythic unique. Unique items by 30, all other affixes. You'll be able to craft or earn mythic uniques in different ways here. So you can craft uniques using the cube with pneumonium fragments, right? Then you can defeat lair bosses, progress the season. You have a chance to find mythic whenever ancestor would drop, yeah. But you can only equip one crafted, yes. But didn't they change? Here, you can no longer make iconic mythics at the jeweler, but you can still make a random iconic mythic at the blacksmith. They actually took it away, chat. So going here and target crafting the specific one you need is not happening. Which I think is like, so I think that's fine because I never actually, I never did this. Okay. Since this exists, I have never done it. Because I think the prices are shit. I mean, I'm sorry. I don't have 6 ya, buck, money, knock, whatever. Right? Which class are we starting with in season, in 2 days? I would kind of like to start with Druid. So, as much as I would like to start with Druid, I just know personally that Druid is always the least watched class of them all. And I'm a content creator, so as much as I would like to start with Druid, from a viewer perspective, it wouldn't make sense to do that. So yeah, that's terrible. I mean, realistically, I should start with Barb. But I'm probably going to do Warlock. Mainly, so my main reason to want to start Warlock is because I want to still see what's possible with it. Right? That's what I want to know. Like, Warlock is just the new class. And we've just had fun with Apocalypse. I don't want to abandon it. Right? So I definitely think I want to make Warlock work. I just have to find, like, the perfect level build. So I did Drag Class leveling now. And that was super smooth. Right? Super smooth. And Solo, welcome back to the 51 months of support. And Solo, super good to see you there, sir. Hope you're doing great. Go with Sorg and transition to Necro. Nah, I never like starting with Sorg. Sorg is really something I like to do when I want to feel godlike. What Sorg would you suggest? Well, last season we played a Crackling Energy Sorg, which was similar to the Ball of Lightning Sorg, but different than the Ball of Lightning Sorg. And since the ultimate still works for Crackling Energy, my Crackling Energy Sorg might still work. Right? There we leveled as Drag Claws. Because none of the other skills seemed like a good level skill. You could pretty much level as Drag Claws, do Abyss Rampage, and then just go over to Tiny's Grasp as soon as you get the Akadon's Chasm. There's nobody testing the Spiritborn. I mean, Spiritborn is still going to be the poison build Soul Drinker, and nothing has changed about that because the poisons build is horrendously OP. The problem is that they nerfed the overall mobility of the poison build. It's still going to be strong. I want to run with Rogue, but all the bugs are stupid. Yeah, Frederick, that's the reason we're going to do Rogue late, if at all. Because I'm going to have the Rogue creators test if things are still working or everything is broken, and then later do it myself. Who are you rooting for in the World Cup? For no one. I don't watch the World Cup. The only reason for me to turn on TV for football is when my daughters demand that we show them the World Cup. They also demanded that we actually travel to a World Cup game when it's in Germany or ever close to Germany again. Because my tiny humans are apparently, like, they're yelling at the TV. They like football. They can't be my children. Somehow. It's weird, but yeah. I tried the Barb at start, and the normal Nightmare Dungeon right at the start get me killed many times. Well, I mean, Barb has 0 like, you have 4 white weapons in the beginning. Until you have, like, 4 upgraded weapons, it feels weird at times. Right? I think only Death Trap is bugged. No, there were many bugs for Rogue. Like, many. Many. Somebody rewrote their genetics hospital. I mean, I'm happy that they actually enjoy soccer. And I guess I can't understand it. I mean, they talk in school about it. So, I mean, if everyone in school is talking about the World Cup, then no wonder that the children would like to check out the World Cup. Right? Not a surprise. Kind of makes sense. Spiritborn did get nerfed somewhat. I mean, they took down the damage a few notches of what the Spiritborn could do. You get the poison. Here, from Pestilence Storm. Poisoning amount reduced from aspect of infestation was from 155 to 100, so 55% damage less. And the aspect of pestilence also from 100 to 60%. Plus, there was the skill. No, actually, the skill's not. But the double poison reduction is somewhat severe because there are two aspects that you're playing. There's my poison. Warlock at Penitent difficulty get me struggling at level 48. Why are you with level 48 at Penitent difficulty? There's no reason to be, ever. See, you get the aspect of infestation. So Pestilence Storms deal 310% damage. So aspect of infestation goes from 155 to 100, right? So instead of 310 or 350, as it is on my weapon right now, that is looking kind of sad in comparison. That's 200%. So that's quite the loss in damage. Plus the aspect of Pestilence going down. And we were playing Supremacy Pestilence here. It's currently at 100% and it actually goes down to 60, right? So that's significant. Two ones further down. Still though, considering how OP this Spiritborn is, it shouldn't matter. Why is there no Poison Nova in D4 for Necro? Because Necro has shadow damage. But I'm asking that myself too. I guess the only reason Necro doesn't have poison is because of Witch Doctor. Right? They nerfed so you can't do zoomies with a Spiritborn skill. Well, you can still do the zoomies. You can't do zoomies in place. Okay. So the biggest change with the Spiritborn right now is... Wait for my cooldown, wait for my cooldown. They can't do this anymore. So yes. But you could still do this. So like, just to mimic, I can still do this. Right? So as long as they're enemies, I can still zoom in there, zoom at them. I just do actually need enemies there, right? And I think that's like, if we're looking for pit, that should be fine. Right, obviously I can't do this. So I have to do this now at an opponent. Like considering... I mean, it shouldn't be a problem to make that work. Right? Add people. I reckon. But wave is still good. But wave is still good. Azeroth and Freeze nerfed for next season. Yes, the Signet of Pelgin was nerfed because it only applies to frost damage. Definitely that's faster than riding on your horse. Yep, but that one is taken out, so you cannot dash like an evade. So you can still dash into opponents, which is going to be great. I mean, you can still, like, if it's if it's a Helltide, if it's a Nightmare Dungeon, if it's a pit, there should be enough enemy density, right? Never knew that was possible. I mean, Ezekiel, if you're slow walking, you just gotta have that 200% movement speed. Almost every class has a movement skill at this point, including the Necromancer. What is the skill that allows you to dart enemies, James? Well, so what we are using currently is the Rushing Claw as an evasive claw update, which says Rushing Claw counts as an evade, and you no longer need to target to cast Rushing Claw. Ergo, you could use the Rushing Claw to just put it anywhere on the screen and then rush to that part of the screen to then keep on rushing and dish dashing around. Right? Interesting thought, by the way, Chad. If so it says Helltide's quests now require a flat cinder spend amount rather than the number of chests to be opened. What does that mean? It says cinder spent but not gathered, right? It still means that you have to open chests, not find it. Because people read that spend, yeah, but you just spend cinder, right? So the method still works. Now, I was just worried that my level method wouldn't work anymore. Someone like confused me, but like it still works. People are weird. Yeah, it means you can do the 250 chests to be done, which is great, right? So people like are misinterpreting things again. Wait, update from the... Okay. Yeah, when I read it in earlier posts, like people were freaking out. You should see, like, under my video, people are like, "Oh my god, it's not working anymore." But yeah, you know how people are. They just lose their shit for no reason, especially when they don't understand something. Chests are different amounts. Well, not during leveling. During leveling, every chest is 250. Right? So this thingy here only applies as soon as we're in the end game. Right? Because Helltide quests now require flat cinder amount spend. Okay. Well, during leveling, that's probably still going to be 75 cinder, right? Because let's be real. What other amount would it be? Is it going to be 85? I mean, if I level right now, if I go on my character, there are only 75 chests. There's nothing else in the world. So let's see. I mean, like, you know, there are just 75. So this 250 chest is not available before Torment. Exactly. Pre-Torment is 75 spend. It's one chest. Nothing changed. People are just weird, right? See, like, there's only this, like, Tortured Gift of Mystery. Tortured Gift, like, see, they don't exist in different. There's no chest of amulets, chest of blah, chest of what's the not sits, right? It's just this. And then in Torment, it's like 250 spend, and you just instantly go for the chest of mysteries, and boom. Maybe higher than 75 as a nerf, yeah, but what for? Why would you nerf it at Meister? I mean, people have already been complaining that war plants are not fast enough. If you nerf it, like, it doesn't make sense. Is there ever a chance that they'll let us have war plans across our characters? No. But come closer. No kissing. War plan. Voop. War plan rewards update. Increased experience rewards in Torment 8 and up. And increased rewards for Infernal Hordes. So the basic idea is that as you progress, you will actually get more XP. Now, the early XP is still not increased, but as soon as you're in Torment 8 and upwards, and Torment 8 is, like, I mean, it's really quick to reach, let's be real. You get more. I really don't think we will ever get account wide, and I don't know how I feel about it. So I have one single problem with account wide, because right now, war plans is really our only feeling of progression while leveling. Because the skills you're just clicking through, right? The war plans are like a break in what you do, a break in the monotony, if you want to say it like that, right? So having to level them up on every character is something, even though it's annoying that you have to do it. I don't know how I feel like if you had this on every character. Also, this would be OP. So the problem is if it would be shared. Okay, if it would be shared. They would have to nerf certain nodes because they would be OP. Okay, does that make sense? Can we agree on this or not? Because, for example, the Wraith and Rot, if I had this from level 1 on, okay, this one from level 1 on, I would be level 70 in 20 minutes. Let's say 30 minutes, okay? Right? What's bad about that? Well, technically, there's nothing bad about that, Misho. But I don't think that's the vision. To say it with the words of Path of Exile 2, that's not the vision. What classes do you think will be the strongest while leveling, as well as having a decent build selection for endgame? That is a very fantastic question, Mitchie. So my top 3 contenders this season for leveling and endgame are Druid. Okay, here, Druid. Because Druid has Lightning Storm Shred, Druid still has Companions, Druid still has Boulder, so Druid is going to be fire. Leveling with Druid is also fun. You can do Rabies leveling. There's also a Rabies endgame build, by the way. So all of the, like, wholesale great package. Then you get Barbarian. Barbarian got leveling with Whirlwind, endgame with Whirlwind. Barbarian got leveling with Ancients, endgame with Ancients. And the Barbarian got... I think there's a Bleed build that's currently being cooked up by some people that might or might not work depending on how the changes are hitting. Very strong. And then as a third build, I would still say it's the Warlock, because the leveling is super smooth at the Warlock. You got APOC, you got Tyrant's Grasp, you got Lunatics. All of this is possible. Plus, and I think we haven't really looked in that with Warlock, like, we should not forget that we have this like 30% bonus shamambo bambo happening, right? So every single unique is 30% bonus efficient. Where you really have to look at every single item and see like, does that, you know, is that going to make it OP? Because, come closer. We made a build. It was a stupid build, chat, but it was a fun build. And that build was a Profane Sentinel build. That's pretty much just using the Seal of Oponin to destroy Mephisto. Okay, listen. Listen, chat. It was like summon Profane Sentinel, watch Mephisto die. Well, now the Seal of Oponin does 270% damage, correct? And that 270% is, though, going to be times 1.3%. So that actually deals 80% damage more now. Well, Grandfather got nerfed, so Grandfather is... how much crit is Grandfather now giving? I actually didn't look into it, but Grandfather's now nerfed, so that's a downside for the build, obviously. Grandfather... Oh, 220%. Okay, so like I get 80% bonus, but I lose 20%. So I think we're fine, right? My Night Terror will also be more efficient because it gives me more damage per Shadow Form stack. But instead of 9%, now I could get 1.3, right? I could get 12% or 11% per Shadow Form stack. That's also quite nifty. So yeah. Sorcerer I don't mention Sorcerer because Sorcerer is just always OP. But Sorcerer is usually you play the meta lightning build and that's it. Maybe a variation of the meta lightning build. They murder petition, so you lose 80%. No, you still have 15. Unless you use a different item. Elrable. I mean, it's still 15%, so you'd lose 65. But yeah, like for me personally, it's going to be Warlock, Barb, and Druid. These are my personal 3 I'm the most interested in this season. And an honorary mention to Paladin because I want to make a Zeal build. Main reason I want to do Zeal is because the Zealoth Oaths got buffed. Right? So first and foremost, Red Sermon get buffed. Then Zealot Oath itself get buffed. And the Zenith ability get buffed as well. So initial hit base damage increased by 100%. Then final hit damage also increased by 100%. So having Zenith up seems good for me. Druid, Barb, and Warlock are the best to keep your eye on. Well, if you're just talking, so this is my personal top 3, okay? These are my personal top 3. If we're just talking now the best builds, okay, the strongest builds, like we're not talking about having fun, we're not talking about being varied, we're not talking about like trying to not be a meta whore, okay? You got Barb, you still probably have Sork, and you have Rogue. Ja, bitte, mein Kind. Übermorgen. Warum fragst du? Da musst du ihn einmal ganz aufdrehen. Hast du Zähne geputzt? Okay, cool. Cool, danke. They got pancakes for me upstairs. I gotta go. So yeah, I would say like Barb, Rogue, and Sork are probably like from a power ranking. So like really just how like if you just want a meta whore. Beyond belief. I'm not entirely sure how strong Spiritborn will be because we just, like, it's really losing some damage, right? I mean, I think Spiritborn is going to be fire, effortlessly fire, but it really does lose some damage. However, it also gets like another nifty bonus because, I mean, you're playing the, what is it called again? Where are you, Speedrun? So Spiritborn get the Harmony of Abawaka. And the Harmony of Abawaka gives you 30% damage per spirit type you have. Now, the thing is that that's like 30 times 1.3, right? Oh, goodness. 0.3. So it's 40% per, and your counterattack is Gorilla Centipede Eagle. So your Gorilla Centipede Eagle is already 90% bonus damage, so you're adding another 30% bonus damage on top of that. And your base damage is higher because you have the Ring of Writhing Moon, right? The Ring of Writhing Moon summons Pestilent Storm for 9,000 damage. Now, all your multipliers are coming from the counterattack and from those Pestilent Storms that are auto-summoned around you. So if that 9,000 base damage is also increased by 30%, that leads to more multipliers down the line. I'm not sure if the Writhing Moon got nerfed. No? Right? As much as I would like to say play Necro, Jaro, I think Necro is down to Bloodwave and Golem Necro or Minion Necro, but Bone Spirit strong, but Bone Spirit very heavy investment. So you don't play Bone Spirit as a starter. You play Bone Spirit after you've played a week or two already, and then you can actually play Bone Spirit, right? I'm okay. I'm German. I'm a German from Germany, where the Germans live. I mean, you could technically also start playing Widow's Web again, because I didn't play Widow's Web before. It says your critical strikes cause your poisoning on enemies to burst, dealing 300% damage, which was funny. Hey, that 300% you can now get up by another 30% if you turn it into a mythic, right? That's kind of like, there are funny considerations for this kind of stuff. What I wonder is if, can we get mythic charms? Right, because like we can have uniques be mythics, but can we have charms be mythics as well then? Can we have like our normal, like I know we can have mythic charms, so I know the grandfather can drop as a mythic. But what I wanted to know is, can my Ring of Writhing Moon or can my Widow's Web, if it's then a mythic, can I turn it into a mythic charm or not? How many of those mythics can you wear? Okay, so the rule is pretty simple. You can wear one crafted mythic, aka unique upgraded to mythic. Okay? One crafted mythic. And you can wear plus you can wear infinite found mythics, aka uniques found as mythics or iconic mythics, which means that you will run around with only mythics. Yeah. So that's like my big question, because right now I can obviously go to the Horadric Cube, right? I could upgrade to mythic, and I can turn my Widow's Web, if I wanted to, into a unique charm. It says unique charm here as well, right? And if I'm really lucky, I could find a mythical charm. But since now my Widow's Web can also drop as a mythic, I wonder if there's also mythic charms dropping. Now, I haven't seen anything about charms generally, right? So, reroll unique power can now be used on talisman charms and non-ancestral items. Wait, reroll unique power can now be used on talisman charms and non-ancestral items. Ah, okay, yeah. All resist. Oh, wow, that's actually really good. Wait, what the fuck? Reroll can now be used on talisman charms and... Huh. That's so good. So what that means is that like this Protean Heart is ancestral, so I could reroll the power, right? But if it was 850 item power, I could reroll. But the problem was that currently I have a Widow's Web at 200%, which is amazing, right? But I have a Godslayer Crown at 32. So if I put the Godslayer Crown in, I couldn't do anything but recycle. But I couldn't unique power reroll. But you can actually now reroll those. That's cool. Huh. Mythics that you find can be traded? No. The uniques that are mythics are account bound. Yeah. That was needed. Honestly, I think we don't need to re-roll unique charms. What we needed is that when I turn a maximum rolled item, if I take my 200% Widow's Web, and if I turn my 200% Widow's Web into a unique charm, it should be a 200% Widow's Web. It shouldn't be a random Widow's Web. Right? T8 will be a sweet spot at the start. So the sweet spot always. So like I need to say this. This is very important. You need to understand this. We have this confirmed from the devs, okay? There's no reason to ever do anything but Torment 10. Okay? The only thing that gets better after Torment 10 is experience. And that's it. Torment 12 is not dropping twice as many Horadric seals. Torment 12 is not guaranteed. Like, no. 10. You never have to kill Torment 12 Mephisto. The only reason to kill Torment 12 Mephisto is obviously for this here, for the rank, right? To get the thing unlocked. It's just superstition that Torment 12 is better than 10. Yes, Everin. It is intended by the developers that Torment 10 is the hard cutoff. Okay? And the reason for that is simple. Torment 12 is for the tryhards. That want to grind Paragon 300. That want to push the limits. That want to go for the leaderboards. Right? But Torment 12, no. Doesn't have anything higher. What about the writing in Torment 2 that says higher Torment tier, the better drops you get? I mean, this one here, increased chance for items ancestral quality per Torment tier, and legendary tempered manuals now drop more frequently. Well, this year, increased chance for items to be ancestral quality per Torment tier does count for Torment 2, so it's Torment 1, Torment 2 now. And then you have set charms drop more frequently, and then you have that more frequently, right? So that cuts off here. I'm not sure why they're not saying it, because it's pretty much like, you know, they confirmed this. They just decided to not write it here, because then people would like not feel the need to push. It is what it is, Tabrabi. Take it or leave it. Thing is, where do we get most Horadric seals? Chat. Where do we get most Horadric seals? You get them in the Echoing Hatred. Now, what's the interesting part about the Echoing Hatred? It doesn't care about Torment tiers. Right? I mean, the Echoing Hatred gets more complicated the longer you're in. It gives you more loot the longer you're in, right? But it doesn't actually care what Torment tier you're in. This is where you get the rarest loot, the most loot. I found 7 mythic seals in Undercity. Undercity was nerfed, sadly. Also, Undercity was nerfed when it comes down to general, like, how do I say this now? Undercity was nerfed. Like, the reason it was giving you so many Echoing Hatred invitations was because it had the highest density of endgame chests, and therefore the chance to get an Echoing Hatred invitation was higher. And so, yeah, they tuned it down, sadly. What about legendary runes where you can find those? Mostly here, Jiggy. You can do the tributes. This one will drop mostly legendary runes or some. Alternative, you can do this. So in case you didn't know this, let me show you. So I can go here. I can do 3-to-1 transmutation. 3-to-1 would turn... here. 3-to-1 would turn 3 yellows into a different yellow. Okay. So it's always going to be a different yellow. But if you go for... amalgamation, then you're going to turn it into 1 higher. Okay. So these is now 5-to-1, but it's always going to be a legendary one. So if I take 5 mod, it's always going to be a legendary. If I take 5 Thol, it's always going to be a legendary. But if you do 3-to-1 transmutation, it's always going to be a fellow rare. And if you do that for blue, the same amalgamation on a blue will create a rare, right? So I'm getting here like a mod, right? That's probably the best way how to get yourself the legendary ones, especially, and now come closer. You don't need to hoard legendary runes anymore, chat. Okay? I mean, the jeweler crafting is gone. You cannot make mythic uniques anymore. Target mythic uniques. So... which kind of brings like some of the most important changes with season 12. So like let's go like season 12. Things I wish I knew sooner, chat. Okay? So what do we have there? We get number 1. No more crafted specific mythics at the jeweler, right? That's impossible. You can only get them. You can only random them now at the blacksmith. So season 14, sorry, season 12. I don't know why I said we're season 12. It's what it is. Then 2, chat, 2. No more sea rune. You get it. Oh, well, actually, that's not true. Sea rune does not make vulnerable anymore. So, you gotta solve vulnerable different. That would be a curse touch. So, right? It's one of the biggest changes for most builds. For someone that has bought everything now from D4 like expansion, what should I do to get a good start with the new season? You should finish the campaign. You should finish the campaign ASAP, Lemminger, because then you can skip the campaign. They removed targeted mythics. Yes, Yuki. You can only get random at the blacksmith now. Okay, this is removed. No more targeted mythics, only random. Then Sea Rune again gone, so no more vulnerable like that. Also, we got uniques / mythics have 2 fixed stats plus 2 random stats, and you can re-roll 1 stat random at the jeweler, at the enchanter. Now let me double check because I'm not entirely sure. It was the enchanter, right? Yeah, it says here, unique mythics and iconic mythics can now have affixes altered via enchanting. Added affixes from enchantment, transfiguration, and tempering are always max rolls when added to a mythic unique. Right? Chaotic and focused reroll have been removed for unique and mythic items. The upgrade mythic also creates an item for the same gear slot. Yeah. So what I wonder is, though, can I reroll at the enchanter one of the fixed slots as well? It like, okay, like, because so Every unique. Here, all uniques now have 2 guaranteed affixes, right? Can I reroll the guaranteed ones too? Whatever I would do this. Okay, so the question is not like, don't ask why I want to do it, but can I do it? It says just 2 guaranteed affixes, right? It doesn't say fixed. So realistically, let's say I drop a Banished Lord's Talisman. It has a guaranteed affix critical damage multiplier, and it drops with vulnerable and all damage. And I say, fuck primary core stat. Could I reroll primary core stat? No, right? They're fixed, aren't they? We do rogue? No, probably not. At first, like in 2 weeks or so, I might do rogue. That's something I don't know. When you say finish the campaign, does that include the campaign, the expansion? Yes, you should finish all the campaigns, Benny. All the campaigns. You should finish everything. So you can, when you make a new character, okay. When you now make a new character, your mom. Oh God, chat, I'm deleting your mom. Create a new character. Then you can choose the option here. Campaign stats. So base campaign start. Vessel of Hatred campaign start. Lord of Hatred campaign start, or story completed. And obviously, as someone who wants to play this season, you optimally want to go for story completed. But for that, you actually have to complete the story, or you can't choose this. Did they increase the drop of mythical seals? As far as I know, the mythic drop rate was increased wholesale. I'm not sure if that is in writing somewhere. By the way, let me actually ask quickly if we can... Can we re-roll the guaranteed affixes on uniques as well? Or just the 2 random? Let me see if I can get a info from the stats. So I'm not entirely sure about this one here. So that you can re-roll. You can re-roll 1 stat, right? But I'm not sure if you only can re-roll the random ones or also one of the guaranteed ones. I simply don't know that, right? Are there good builds for Warlock? Yes, Warlock is going to have plenty good builds. Fastest way to level Hell Tides, I guess. Well, so if you want to know the fastest way to level, come closer. You should... watch this video. About Season 14 level secrets created by this douche nozzle. Because level 70 in, you heard right. So these are like 3 big. So yeah, generally speaking, due to that, every unique can now drop with a mythic. As far as I understood, you are getting more mythics in general. By the way, every unique can be upgraded to mythic for X 30% more power, right? However, material drops from new layer boss. Also, the upgrading is random. This is a bit of a weird point, because if I upgrade a unique helmet to mythic, I will get a random unique mythic helmet. Okay? Does that make sense to you, Chad? So if I upgrade a helmet, let's say I'm on the Warlock. Okay? I'm on the Warlock. And I'm looking to get the Cage of Madness. Because, well, I want to have Cage of Madness, right? Because Cage of Madness is the one helmet to make this work. So I want this as a mythic item, okay? And I'm going to take a Cage of Madness and I'm going to upgrade it to mythic, okay? The problem is I'm not going to get a mythic Cage of Madness then. I'm going to get a Air of Perdition. I could get a... What can Warlock get otherwise? Right? I could get a Cowl of the Malefic Torment. I could get a Crown of Lucian. I could get a Godslayer Crown of Mythic. Right? I could get a Nails of the Gore Crown or Rictus of Terror. So that's a bit of a one. You exactly. You can get the same helmet if lucky. But the whole, so here, mythic again. So unique items. Let me go. Let me go to the point where the craft is. Where was craft? Loot and craft. Oh wait, loot and craft. Loot rewards from Helltide chests have been improved. Gem fragments, Infernal Hordes, baleful fragments can now be converted to Forgotten Souls. Yes. Escalation scissors can be salvaged. Adjust the gem conversion. Yeah, that was nothing interesting. I mean, you can have more obols now, but that was that. Where was the crafted mythic thingy? Ah, that was here. Sorry. Ah, here. I can make mythic, all unique changes. What was it? Mythic crafting. Let me read it to you so it makes sense. So mythic uniques 3.0, right? So you can upgrade to mythic, as you see here. Transmute a unique equipment item with at least 850 item power into a random mythic of the same item slot. This is what it says, chat, specifically. Random mythic of the same slot. Helmets, random helmet mythics. Swords, random sword mythics. Right? Oh, weapons, random weapon mythics. Gloves, random weapon gloves mythic. Right? And like, I find that a bit, yeah. Because we're going to get these pandemonium fragments, right, from the new boss. But how many are we going to get? Right? So you want pandemonium, right? Pandemonium. But how many are we getting? How many is it? How many? Am I getting 20? Am I getting 5? Am I getting 10? Right? Tops, if I really want my helmet in mythics, I'll have to roll like 40. Did they mention that you can only get uniques from the creep crafting? Oh, Tabrabi, this is a good question, but easy answer. So I obviously, if I go here now and upgrade to a random Warlock helmet, I couldn't get a Druid helmet. So obviously, I can only get like the Warlock uniques plus the generic uniques, and I guess I could also roll an iconic one. I mean, it would be pretty simple to farm a boss, get 20 unique helmets, then drop them in the cube and upgrade them all to mythics. You need the material first, Brian. So you need to kill the new boss for pandemonium fragments, right? Here. The boss requires superior lair keys. Superior lair keys are the ones that you get from Belial. So the husks are now called superior lair keys. It will also give the best dark drop chance for both mythic uniques and mythic unique. Upgrade currency, pandemonium fragments, then any other activity. So it seems like you can get the pandemonium fragments in the world, right? But it also seems like that these fragments are here. Pandemonium fragments can be earned from the seasonal reputation board, resplendent caches, and from killing the seasonal lair boss. So if we actually get resplendent caches, these ones here, they will probably, no, mythic unique cache, resplendent caches are from here. They will contain pandemonium fragments too. So seasonal rank, seasonal reputation board. Here what we got. Material drops from new layer boss. Seasonal rank. Reputation board. That's where we can get them from. Lonzo, the Remnants of Kelger you could get in Act 7. Like if you're in the end game already for Remnants of Kelger, you should go into a Grand Expedition during leveling. I think in Act 2, Buried Shrine, you could get it. But not entirely sure right now. If we can convert uniques to mythic quality and then create a charm from it, you can't. You can't. So far, I have not seen a single mention of being able to make mythic charms. I mean, as you can see here, it says unique power reroll, recycle uniques, upgrade mythic charm, craft unique charm. Upgrade to mythic and craft unique charm. There don't seem to be mythic charms like that you can make. There are still mythic charms that are really rare. Right? So no mythic charms per se. By the way, everything that we're writing down here, chat, we're going to make like a start of season 14 video. I'm going to call it Things I Wish I Knew Sooner. And it's going to be a refresher on the Horadric Cube. It's going to be a refresher on new things that like here, right? All the things you have missed, like that C is not working. So the stuff we're like talking about here, but also like a lot of refreshes in general, because some people still don't know, and I'll mention it, that you can right-click a waypoint to favorite it. Yes, chat, some people still don't, like, raise your hand if you didn't know this, right? You can right-click your waypoint, it favorites it, it's very important. So if I now press T, I always go back to Temis, right? So things like this are all going to end up in there. I didn't know that. See, there you go, whatever. Or that when you're re-rolling something in the Horadric Cube, that instead of pressing the transmute button every single time, right? That you can actually just go on the item and then you hold F, and it actually does the thingy, so you don't have to go down and up and down and up and down and up and down and up. No, you just hold F, and it just re-rolls it. And on a controller, you can also just hold Y, because the controller is anyway smarter, right? So with a controller, you could anyways just hold Y and then get the chaotic reroll, right? But yeah, these are tiny things we'll put in that guide as a like a refresher, so you're starting the season without hammering your head against the wall, right? Do you think the Realm Walkers will be a permanent part of the game? I don't see why they would take them out again, but then I never saw why they would take them out again. I mean, technically, the Realm Walkers are a fun thing for the game. What are Realm Walkers, chat, in case you have never seen them? So Realm Walkers, they happen in Helltides. I think they're mainly going to happen in Helltides, right? And you will then have to chase them down, bring them to the ground, and then you can enter the portal on their back. And generally speaking, the Realm Walkers are a fine thing to have in the game as an overall mechanic, right? So here you can open these portals, right? You disrupt the rituals, and you have to close the portholes, and then these Realm Walkers can come, right? And they pull themselves out of the earth. They summon minions. You pretty much have to kill the minions around the Realm Walker, and at some point the Realm Walker will bury itself in the earth, and then you can go into the portal on his back, right? And I always liked that mechanic. I mean, the season itself with the Realm Walker was horrible because they made them too slow, but I feel like they should be something that's in the game. Because they're, again, I'm in the Helltide, right? I'm running around in the Helltide. I'm murdering monsters. Oh, a Realm Walker. That's cool, right? It's like, it's a break in the monotony again of, I just kill monsters. I get cinders. I open chests. Let me get out of the Helltide again. The Realm Walkers, why not? Also, if you're getting Realm Walkers, like you could add Realm Walkers to the war plans, right? You could be something Realm Walker related here, right? Be a bit more experimental with these. I mean, these are very nice trees, but they're also very conservative trees. Ah, by the way, chat, the most important thing, don't forget to start stacking up on corrupted roots, okay? Chat, listen. Okay, your first point in the Tree of Whisper thingy, you will put onto corrupted roots, or I'm going to punch you in the throat. And I mean that with all the love of my heart, okay? Here, this one here. 5. First Tree of Whisper activity tree point goes into corrupted roots. Or I'm going to punch you in the throat. However you write throat, because I never knew. Corrupted roots are love, sir. Don't be mean to the corrupted roots. I don't think they actually nerfed anything about it, right? Let me double check the patch notes. Throat with 1 H too much. Roots. Fixed an issue where the corrupted roots node could bypass its cooldown under certain conditions. Whatever that means. Because corrupted roots were used for some nifty endgame farm. And what do corrupted roots do? Let me find that video quickly so I can actually show you and not So there we go. That was the video. So corrupted roots were used for some nifty endgame farm where you could spawn masses of monsters like here. And then you could spawn them again, 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 and you could spawn them again, and you'd like it was like a mass spawning event that was like really making like some juicy endgame farm, right? You needed a certain strength character for that and to make the most out of it. The thing is, in order for this to work, you need to have corrupted roots, right? And the thing is, in order to get corrupted roots, you need to do whispers. But corrupted roots are rare. However, if you don't put a node into corrupted roots, you will never get corrupted roots. Right? The problem is that none of the other points is equally as much worth it as getting that corrupted roots node. Okay? They're just single-handedly the best thing. Even if you don't want to use them, you could get corrupted roots and sell them to people. Okay? I mean, hell, you could use corrupted roots. So, like, just for the people that really don't know this. It says, plant corrupted roots to grow an exposed root. These will attract nearby enemies and have a chance to grow larger and summon more fearsome enemies. You could use these just in Helltide. Okay? So you would go into the Helltide, you put the root down, and you would summon more monsters in the Helltide if you wanted to. It's possible, it's fun, it could be done. And also these roots could summon bosses that would drop whisper caches. The cooldown fix is that you can't teleport to town to be able to plant a second faster. Well, I guess that's fine. Steven, good to see you there, buddy. So what you used to do is, because they have an internal cooldown, is you put one root down, then you teleport it to town, teleport it back into the dungeon, put the second route down. Teleport to town, teleport to the dungeon, and put the... and so on. Right? Yeah. 6, there is solo self-found. Which means no trading, no party. But own leaderboard. Which is good, right? So those corrupted roots, I'm definitely gonna make I'm gonna make a point to point this out in the video, severe chat, so you don't miss on the corrupted roots. That's a good one. I almost forget that myself. Can you trade uniques now in D4? You could always trade uniques. You just can't trade mythic uniques. And also the new mythic uniques cannot be traded. You don't need to go to town to plant faster. All you had to do was be on your mount. The area people started to do the farm was like right side of the new area. Okay, that's good to know. So mythics cannot be traded. No, mythics are untradeable. Also, the upgraded mythics are untradeable. How do you trade? Well, so for people that really want to trade, there's a website called Diablo.trade, and that is really the official website that everyone is using. I mean, it's not official, but it's kind of official. So you have Diablo.trade. You just simply log in with your account, and then you can explore the marketplace and search for stuff. This is what everyone kind of uses for trade. Now, if you don't like using a website for trade, then just don't trade. Do you think the tower will be ever something worth doing? Not in terms of worth doing loot-wise or anything. Okay, so the tower will never be worth it from a gameplay standpoint. Like, I did the tower, I get great rewards from it. However, I think like the tower is now giving us, let me see. Tower, dominate the tower leaderboards and earn rewards. They gave us, what did they give us again? They gave us something specific. You'll be earning rewards. Rewards are granted the next time you log in. Yes. They're adding cosmetics, actually. Yeah, exactly. So if you beat the tower, you get cosmetics. Each cycle, you earn the following rewards based on your best rank: a Halo cosmetic, a prestige title. And they're experimenting with more things to give you from the tower. So generally speaking, it's still not worth it. But I think we will reach a point where actually pushing the leaderboards will give you something more tangible to show off. I mean, that being said, if you're playing solo, who do you want to show it off to? Right? I mean, unless the tower gives you, I don't know, a glowing halo around your character that blinds other players coming close to you. Yeah. Ta-da. I do believe that now with solo cell-phone, it's definitely going to be more interesting to play because you have people working on their own resources, right? You have to consider the big implication about solo cell-phone. What is the big implication about solo cell-phone, chat? So solo cell-phone means no gold trading. Solo cell-phone means not finding a good item and getting 99 billion gold, right? That's what solo cell-phone means. Ergo, in the leaderboard, it's not that easy now to just roll 200 billion times until you have the perfect stats on an item, right? It's not going to be upgrading 400 Hemid stones until you have a 4 greater FX Hemid stone, right? Like, solo cell-phone is going to just make the whole outcome of a leaderboard different. And again, if you actually find a really good item, then you might be one of the few ones that has said really good item, right? Yeah, no RMTing your way to rank 1 is essentially what I'm saying without saying it. Yes. And I think that's great. And I'm really excited for that myself. For world events, even in solo cell-phone, you're visible? Yes, sure, but who does world events? I mean, when is the last time I've been at a world boss? I actually, like, I think last season I was at 4 world bosses in the span of 4 weeks. So yeah. What character am I going with? I will start with Warlock. I'll start with Warlock. And then my second character will probably be Druid. I do have planners, though, for you already, chat. So I have a bunch of planners that I will write into in the next coming weeks, days. So, like, we have already the Druid ready. We have the Warlock ready. We have our Necro from last season that is working. We have the Barbarian already adapted to the changes because we put the Mythics out. And we're playing the Tuskhelm of Yards the Almighty. Plus, we got Ramaladin's Magnum's Opus. So this one is already adapted to the new reality of things, right? Very good. Very fantastic. Working like a charm. And we'll obviously like have all of these guides updated properly so things are working, right? But what you're going to get tomorrow you're going to get a video about the top 3 starter builds. Where I'm going to go over my 1-70 setups for the Warlock, Druid, Barbarian, and Paladin. So you're going to get top 3 plus 1. Right? What are the 3 best Soul Cell-phone builds to start with? Well, so Soul Cell-phone in Diablo is not like Soul Cell-phone in Path of Exile. You got to be clear about that. When I would look now, so what makes a good starter build for me? Ease of use and how fast it gets powerful. For example, the Necromancer. I will level with Dreadclaws. Okay, I'll level with Dreadclaws. And then I will use my Dreadclaws plus my Big Black Demon to instantly try to get a Cage of Madness. Now, a Cage of Madness, let me drop boss loot table. It's Cage of Madness is dropping from Grégoire the Galvanic Saint. So that one is a rather easy one to kill. Also, Grégoire is dropping Hands of the Worldbreaker, and it's dropping Seed of Horizon. These are like 3 fucking fire items. Ergo, if I go for Grig, I have a chance to get like 3 of the best uniques for the Warlock. And that what makes like Warlock such an easy starter, because getting the items that you need for something, they're super simple to get, right? The same goes for Barbarian. What do you need for Barb? Actually nothing but the aspect of Apogeic Furor. That's the only thing you need for Barb. Which makes it technically a harsh starter, because what if you never get that aspect? Right? What if you never get that? Then you're cooked. So technically, as good as Barb is as a starter, I would probably not start with the shouting build. I would probably start with a whirlwind build to then go over to the shouting build, right? Yeah. It's kind of that. So standard whirlwind into then the shouting build until you have Apogeic Furor. Because without Apogeic Furor, the whole shtick doesn't work of the Ancients. And then for Druid, it couldn't actually be simpler, because as Druid, you start as a Lightning Storm Shred build or a Lightning Storm Claw build. Then you advance into a Lightning Storm Shred build. And in order to get Shred strong... now I need to look that up again. There we go. That was that. So in order to get that build, for example, cooking, you simply needed to get yourself T-Ball's Will, which is to be a degree a problem. Gathlin's Birthright would be simple. The Dark Howl is your debilitating roar, makes it a werewolf skill, so you could actually use that. And the Malefic Crescent. Now, the Malefic Crescent is from Malefic Beast of Ice. Bit harder to get, because obviously getting the Beast of Ice materials requires you to do Nightmare Dungeons, but since you get Nightmare Dungeons nowadays from your war plans, it should also happen, right? The Druid has Lacerate as a core skill. I think there was a build about that, Ezekiel. Yeah, on Spiritborn, you gamble for Storm Rings and you're done. I wonder, did they fix the bug? So there was a bug, chat, where the Purveyor of Curiosities in Themis couldn't drop uniques. Yeah. Did they fix that? Purveyor? Fixed an issue where you could not gamble up unique items from the Purveyor of Curiosities and Themis. Oh! So, that's fixed, right? Here, 7. Let's put it on. Let's put it on the list. 7. Purveyor in Themis can now. Themis can now drop uniques. Whoa. Militaries, good to see you there. So yeah, that's fixed. That's good. We're excited. Like, we're really looking forward to this, right? Oh, by the way, also on a good news, chat, Obol cap increased. Obol and gold cap increased. Here. So you can now get 25,000 Obols. Woo! why is that interesting? So like this, it sounds silly, but why is this actually interesting? Because Nightmare Dungeon Escalation. Nightmare Dungeon Escalation OPOP. So in case you did not know this, you can get yourself a Nightmare Escalation Dungeon Escalation sigil like this one. And if you then upgrade your activities in Nightmare Dungeons to the lower one, you get more choices at the end of the dungeon to jump into other dungeons. Which means that I can now start, for example, with a Protection Shrine. And then on the second part of the Nightmare Dungeon, I choose Equipment Delve. On the third one, I would choose Obolts. And then I would get in one dungeon around 10,000 Obolts, maybe 15,000 Obolts. Which means as soon as you're in the end game, you could just run one escalation in Torment 4 or so, get yourself 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 Obolts in one run, and then go gamble away. And later in Torment 10, like if you really need something specific, right? The amount of Obolts you can just get in a matter of like 10, 15 minutes is insane. And I like that. Instead of standing there, back TP, use Obolts to spend ages clearing your inventory. It's not ages. It's not ages. I mean, you're going to go here. You're going to press that button, brab full. Then you're going to quickly disenchant. Then you brab full. It's going to be fine. The best part is you're just always going to have Obolts. Because how many times... Okay, so how many times did I leave thousands of Obolts behind? And I wish it wasn't thousands, but there have been so many times where I just couldn't be asked to teleport back. Right? I really couldn't be. It was like, it's enough. I don't fucking want anymore. So you're always going to have some amount of Obolts with you for gambling, and that's nice. Because who likes that feeling of leaving something behind, right? But it's a nice little thing. I'm really looking forward to. So, do you think about the gold farming method in Nightmare Dungeons with the 900? Oh, that's still possible, and you will have to do this in. You will have to do that in Solo Self-Out 100%. So definitely something to mention. Yes. Number 9. Don't miss out on the plus 900% gold seal. So that is something that a lot of people still don't know. In case you don't know this, chat, so there are these seals, right? And these seals, they can drop as general mastery seals. I think I have one of those on my... I'm not sure if I have one flying around here, but they can have plus 900% gold gained. Which means if you're going for activities that grant you a lot of gold, aka you would go for a Nightmare Dungeon Escalation gold farm, then getting that 900% bonus gold sigil is kind of like mandatory. That gold seal got removed, really? I'm sad. Robert. But why? Part of the patch notes I missed. The pain. Gold. Yeah, no, wait, it's in the patch notes, right? Fixed an issue where the practice technique gold find seal affix granted more gold than intended. Oh no! I think it's still possible. You should still get it. It wasn't removed. It's still there. I mean, it's still there, but it's just got fixed. I mean, to have or not to have is the question. And the answer is probably to have, right? Realistically, if you think about it, like, should I have it? Should I not have it? You should probably have it. And I don't even know if I have one practice techniques flying around. Probably don't have one. Because I never bothered enough. You get a mythic gold find still in your story? That's because you're a gamer, sir. Absolute gamer. Good. I'll be expanding on this list, chat, towards Monday. But I would think we're going to cut the stream here. This list is going to lead to a video, but this is like kind of what I'm looking at build-wise. Again, for me, it's Warlock, Druid, and Barbarian as the 3 classes that I do recommend to start the season with. As much as I would like to say Necro, because Necro is powerful, it's just Blood Wave, right? You start with minions, you transition into Blood Wave, and I think that's probably the most boring transition in existence right now, that I'd rather shoot myself in the leg than recommend that to you. So I just want you to also enjoy yourself and not just like get bad mood by even thinking about playing Diablo, okay? Therefore, thank you very much for coming and watching today, chat, lurking and chatting. Don't forget to watch the video on the level method that I uploaded this morning. The level method works. It's tested and tried. It's amazing. It got me to level 70 in 1 hour and 28 minutes. Today, we did it with the Druid in 1 hour and 32 minutes. And I think we could do that even faster because I just screwed it up by dying 1 or 2 times too often. Therefore, take care. And see you all tomorrow, because tomorrow we're going to have another stream before the Season 14 start. And on Tuesday, we're going to have some more videos coming, but I'll be there at night when the season begins. And we're going to play all night long. Okay? Take care.